KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450. Yankton's home team.
Throws the ball downfield to Rankin. Caught it! He's at the 10, the 5, touchdown Mount Marty! Oh my goodness gracious! The Lancers are on top!
You are listening to Lancer Athletics on KYNT, Yankton's home team, and the flagship station for Mount Marty University Athletics. This broadcast is brought to you in part by
Dakota Beverage, Lewis and Clark Ford, Fairfield Inn & Suites and Holiday Inn Express in Yankton, Dakota Mac, Foreman Tours, Sherco, Pizza Ranch, Parker Hannafin, Gerstner Oil, The Meat Lodge, Marlowe Woodward and Huff, Core Trust Bank, Aztec, Runza, Gerstner Oil, The Meat Lodge, Conkling Distributing, The Move Group, Avera.
Now we go live to the action.
It's Saturday afternoon. You know what that means. College football right here on KYNT. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We are broadcasting live from Hastings, Nebraska, home of the Broncos. It's senior day here for Hastings as they play host to the Mount Marty Lancers. Currently cloudy skies, no rain. It has been threatening rain most of the day, but we're not supposed to get anything more than sprinkles, if that. Temperature 47, expecting a high of 48 throughout the rest of the afternoon. The lights are on here in Hastings, Nebraska, as we will be going into the early evening hours with this contest here. A little bit later start than normal as the Broncos, they're finishing their season today. They're 2-8 on the season. Mount Marty is 5-4 until we were talking about this before we went on the air. Hastings, because of the odd number of teams in the conference that play football, somebody has to have a bye week, including that last week of the regular season. And for Hastings, well, it's their turn this year. They will not play football next week. They are not going to be in the playoffs, and their technical bye week is next week.
Yeah, so in other words, this season it was their turn to get the shaft. That's basically what it is. They did not get a bye week is basically what it turns into. Now that can turn into something really good if it's some of the perennial playoff teams like Northwestern, Morningside, teams that are usually in the playoffs. They get that bye right before the playoffs start. But for the way the Hastings schedule went this year, 2-8, obviously, as you said, no bye week basically, which is a tough thing to happen. Their bye week comes after their final game, so that once again they basically just didn't get one. That's tough.
Yep, which means potentially they could pull out all the stops here on senior day. They are honoring 17 seniors. That'll happen before the start of this contest today. This pregame broadcast brought to you by Dakota Beverage. Make sure that you remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, to please drink responsibly. Hastings has been in a slump. They have lost 5 games in a row. They are coming off a loss on the road at Concordia, 42-6 the final score. And we'll delve into the numbers a little bit more here throughout the contest. But Hastings, in their 2 wins, boy, they've looked really good, scoring 44 and 43 points respectively. In their losses, they've barely scored at all, Tehl.
Yeah, it's been a tough thing, and those 2 wins, as you mentioned, were versus Briarcliff and Waldorf. In the other conference games, they scored 7 points against Northwestern. They scored 0 points against Dordt, 10 against Dakota Wesleyan, 7 against Morningside, 7 against Midland, 3 against Doane, and 6 against Concordia. Outside of Briarcliff and Waldorf, which are 2 teams in terms of record closer to the bottom, outside of those 2 teams, the most points they have scored on a conference opponent was only 10. It's been kind of a tough showing this year for this Hastings Bronco team.
Yep, they did open the season with the loss here against Peru State, 27-21. That was the final score in that particular contest. We'll delve into those numbers and the woes for the Broncos here as this pregame show continues. Meanwhile, Mount Marty, what a win last week at home against Midland, 28-27. I don't know how really to tell about the last 4 minutes of play in that particular contest, but everything went the way of the Lancers as they came from 12 points down in the final, was it 3 minutes and 40 some odd seconds to win against a very tough Midland game. Again, 28-27 the final score.
Yeah, about 3 minutes and 8 seconds, I believe. They got the ball back after Midland turns it over on downs. They're able to go down and score a touchdown with 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock. It's Rugby Riken to Trevor Fitzgerald, Yankton to Yankton connection there. They go down and score with 1 minute and 11 seconds. After that, Lancers have 2 timeouts in their pocket, but they need the ball back. They try the onside kick. They don't get it. They don't get it. At that point, there's 1 minute and 11 seconds left. Lancers only have 2 timeouts, so basically that should have been ball game. Midland was about to run out the clock. Even with those 2 timeouts, Midland was going to be able to run a ball and knock off 40 seconds. Lancers, even with the punt, even with all of that, they got the ball back with about 10 seconds in the ball game. But hallelujah, somebody was saying their Hail Marys. Midland holding call, a holding call on 3rd down. When the Lancers were out of timeouts where they could have ran it down to about 10 seconds on the clock, the holding penalty stopped the clock with about 50 seconds to go. 45, I believe, was the exact time. 45 seconds to go. Lancers block the punt, and they're able to get the ball back with a short field. They started off, they go down the field in just over 30 seconds of time. They score with 18 seconds to go in the ball game and take that lead. Lancers able to win this one versus Midland last week by 1 point, 28-27. Second year in a row they've had the fourth quarter comeback against Midland.
Yep, Kyle Hirsch, the big game as far as the running, and he caught a screen pass in the waning seconds that took the Lancers down into the red zone, and that set up that winning touchdown. And Rugby Riken had a marvelous day passing last week to lead the Lancers to their 5th win of the season. That sets up a big matchup today. If the Lancers can win this game today on the road, they will secure a winning season for the first time in the 4-year history of their program, and wouldn't that be something?
Oh, that'd absolutely be something. You know what? We talk about how long it takes for football programs to truly get going, how it takes most programs 10 years to get to the spot where the Lancers are now. Lancers are doing it in 4 years. Some of these seniors on this roster have been here since the year before the year, the year where they had football in 2020 but didn't get to play any games. 2021 they finally play their freshman year, and they've been there since then. They've come from that 0-10 start to where they are now, 1 win away from that first winning record in program history, and program history being 4 years. That is just incredible.
As a great accomplishment to make this many strides forward in such a short period of time. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Hastings and Mount Marty, that's the college football game today. It kicks off in about 52 minutes from now. We're going to keep rolling with the pregame show. We're going to be talking a little bit later on to one of the Lancer players, Tehl, who we're going to meet today.
Yeah, we met one of the middle linebackers for the Mount Marty Lancer program in Josh Pickthorn. As always, the full version of that interview, about 10 minutes long, is posted on our KYNT social on Facebook. You can listen to it there, but we've got about a 3-minute clip of it, one of my favorite parts of the interview coming up. But before that, we'll speak with the commissioner.
Yep, Corey Westra, the commissioner, will have the GPAC Football Saturday report. We'll hear also later on from Mike Will. He's the play-by-play man for the Hastings Bronco. That's the rivalry report. And, of course, John Micheletti. A full action-packed pregame show getting you ready for the kickoff of this game. First, a timeout right now, and then we come back with the commish, Corey Westra, and the GPAC Football Saturday report. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football. You are listening to KYNT.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty, so have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends, and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
It's game time, Yankton, and just like championship teams, Lewis and Clark Ford delivers in the clutch. We have a great selection of brand new Fords and are ready to score big for you. Looking for a game-winning drive? We also have a lot full of pre-owned vehicles with a variety of makes and models all ready to suit up for you. See our complete roster at lewisandclarkford.com or stop by our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
Right now at Les Schwab Tires, get 2 free oil changes when you buy a set of 4 tires. That's an up to $220 value, yours absolutely free. Plus, every Les Schwab tire comes with America's best tire warranty. So if you need new tires, you like getting free oil changes, or you just want to see a friendly smile, there's never been a better time to come on in. So stop by Les Schwab or book an appointment at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires. Get more from less. Limited time offer while supplies last. Select locations only. See leschwab.com/sale for terms and conditions.
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, November 9. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference and Dakota Mac, a division of First Dakota National Bank and presenting sponsor of the GPAC Network. On this Saturday GPAC report, we begin with the scoreboard from games played last week around the league. Morningside at home defeated Northwestern 13-7. Dort at Briar Cliff was a winner 55-7. Concordia in Seward defeated Hastings 42-6. Dakota Wesleyan wins on the road in Forest City over Waldorf 42-14. And Mount Marty at home scores late to defeat Midland 28-27. Doane had the bye for November 2 of GPAC football. Here are the week number 10 Hoffman America Sports Football Players of the Week. Austin Jablonski at wide receiver for Concordia is the Offensive Player of the Week. He had 8 catches for 184 yards and 2 scores in Concordia's win over the Hastings Broncos. Colton Dreith at defensive back from Morningside is the GPAC Football Defensive Player of the Week. He had a pair of crucial sacks in that Morningside win over Northwestern 13-7. And Trevor Paulson, kicker and punter for Morningside, is the Special Teams Player of the Week. He had a pair of big field goals in the contest last Saturday. One was from 38, and the other one was from 33 yards for Morningside. That is your Week 10 Hoffman America Sports Football Players of the Week. And that's a look back at last week around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Coming up after the break, we'll preview this week in GPAC football. The GPAC Football Saturday Report rolls on, but first this from Dakota Mac.
Covering all of GPAC Nation and beyond. Call Dakota Mac to discuss your ag financing needs.
Two weeks remain in the GPAC football schedule for 2024, and that includes this week's matchups around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. There are 5 of them this week. Waldorf will be at home in Forest City. The Warriors will host Morningside and the Mustangs in a 1 o'clock kickoff. Midland travels to Crete, where they will take on Doane and the Tigers at 1 o'clock at Pappick Field. Dort Northwestern this week, it is in Sioux Center, and it will kick off at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Briarcliff to Mitchell, where the Chargers will take on the Tigers in a 1 o'clock kick at Joe Quintal. And Hastings is home. They will welcome in Mount Marty for a 2:30 kick, and that will be at Lloyd Wilson Field this Saturday. Concordia has the bye this week in GPAC football. Next week's games mark the end of the regular season for 2024. Here's your recent top 25 then in the NAIA. Once again, some changes around the country, but not at the top. Kaiser remains number 1 in the NAIA with Grandview at number 2. Indiana Wesleyan is 3, Montana Western is 4, and St. Thomas is 5. Then a couple of GPAC teams come into the poll. At number 6, it's Morningside. At number 7, it's Dort. Mid-American Nazarene is 8, Texas Wesleyan is 9, and Montana Tech is ranked 10th. Northwestern goes from 9 to 13, and Concordia has cracked the top 25. They have moved into the poll at number 23 this week in the NAIA. So a crucial week around the conference for this GPAC Football Saturday. It's also a busy weekend in the conference for fall championships. Find out more at gpacsports.com online. and also on X at GPAC Sports. This has been your GPAC Football Saturday Report for November 9. I'm Corey Westra.
Traveling to Yankton for business or pleasure? Then book your stay at Yankton's two best hotels, the Fairfield Inn and Suites and Holiday Inn Express. Both are conveniently located to everything in Yankton. Both offer complimentary hot breakfasts and meeting rooms for business travelers. And if you want a great rate and still be able to change your reservation without a hassle, call either hotel direct. The Fairfield and Holiday Inn Express, two great hotel choices when visiting or arranging rooms for guests to Yankton.
Looking for an easy way to travel? Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Upcoming Christmas tours include Branson on November 17th to 22nd, features Christmas shows like the Grand Jubilee Buffet Dinner and Show, Showboat Branson Bell Dinner Cruise, and so much more. On December 6th to 8th, it's a musical Christmas in the Twin Cities area featuring the White Christmas and the Chanhassen Dinner Theater, and shopping at Mall of America. For more on Foreman Charter Tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Whether you're going manual or upgrading to electric, Sherco has the tarp systems to meet your needs. Everything from the original Sherlock side-to-side roll tarp to our industry-leading 4500 series electric roll tarp is engineered and built to meet the harsh conditions of the real world with the modern convenience of the modern world. To learn more, give us a call at 1-800-474-8756 or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
Pizza Ranch is all about the cookie. This is Mike from Yankton Pizza Ranch. Get ready for our famous family-sized chocolate chip cookie filled with chewy, gooey, chocolatey goodness. And right now, you can feed your group for just $20. Grab our online pizza deal, 2 single-topping medium pizzas, a small cheesy ranch sticks, and a small cactus bread, all for $20. Simply go to pizzaranch.com to order now.
Whoa, that's good.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly. As we go to our pregame player profile, brought to you today by Lewis and Clark Ford, a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton or at lewisandclarkford.com. One of the senior linebackers in Josh Pickthorn came in to speak with us this week about everything going on with the Mount Marty Lancers and a look at himself. As always, the full version of this interview, about 10 minutes long, will be posted on our KYNT Facebook page. It's already up there if you want to go take a listen. But here's a snippet of it about Josh Pickthorn. Josh, thanks for coming in the booth and talking with me today. I've been looking forward to this one all season.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So let's talk about the season, and then we'll go into you. You're a senior this year. You've been one of the leaders leading this defense to one of the better seasons in Mount Marty history. Obviously, history is 4 years, but it's a very, very good defense. What do you think of your group and how everybody's meshing together?
Yeah, man, we've come a long way looking at the past couple of years, but this year it just, you can tell there's something special about this year. Guys really came together and just kind of said, this is it, especially being such a senior-heavy group. We're all just kind of like, this is it. It's all or nothing, we got to do it now. So you can just kind of feel that energy there, and the brotherhood's really there, so I think that just helps everything all around.
Let's talk about you now. You kind of mentioned that this is it. This is it. You guys are seniors. You're going to be going out into the world, and this is your last year of college football. Has that started to set in yet? There's only 2 games left.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. It's there throughout the whole season, but you really try not to focus on it too much because you just want to, like Coach Mick always hits on, be where your feet are. Just enjoy the moment, take it in. But, yeah, it's definitely in the back of your mind. Especially like you said with these last two games coming up. We were out at Crane the other night and the sun was setting and the lights were on and we're practicing, and I was just sitting there thinking, man, this is it. So just kind of enjoying the moment, but it's bittersweet.
And senior day is coming up, not this week versus Hastings, but next week in that home game versus Doane. It's going to be nice to finish it up at home at Crane, and you get to bring family in. So let's talk about your family. Give me a little bit of background on you.
Well, I'm from Brandon Valley. So
not too far from here.
Right, not at all. My parents still live there, and my older brother. He's 25. His name's Jacob. He lives in Sioux Falls, and he just got engaged recently. So that's about it.
That's super nice. Any other siblings?
Nope, just a brother.
Just the two of you. That's kind of nice. Just growing up with two brothers. Tell me about that, growing up with that guy.
It was cool. He's 4 years older than me, so I think it helped me a lot in the long run. Just kind of always getting beat up on and playing to like a higher competition level with him and his friends. So I mean, it was fun. We played every sport under the sun, all the way from hockey, wrestling, basketball, soccer, baseball, football. All of it.
And obviously fell in love with football, and the little brother who got picked on by the big brother turned into a middle linebacker. So I guess that helped the toughness there.
Yeah.
I was Josh Pickthorne a little earlier this week talking to us for our Lewis and Clark Ford player profile. Once again, that full interview is posted on our KYNT Facebook page. You can take a listen there. The full 10 minutes with Josh Pickthorne is posted. My name's Tehl Tanner. This is the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly. We'll take a break, come back with more around the corner.
Did you ever hear that bed bugs transmit serious diseases like hepatitis and are only found in filthy living conditions? Well, that's just a myth. Here's the fact. Bed bugs don't transmit diseases, but they do bite, leaving behind red and itchy welts, and can be found in the cleanest of places, even hospitals and five-star hotels. And that's no myth. A pest professional is your best defense against the devastation bed bugs, rodents, and termites can cause to your home and family.
Olson Pest Technicians, 1-800-KIL-BUGS.
Quit hitting the snooze button on your new career. Wake up to recently increased wages, day one benefits, and an employer who puts you first. Grind through the workday in your own specialty. Assembler, machine operator, material handler, or line operation tech. Don't mind working nights? Enjoy a pay differential of $235. Choose your shift and enjoy day one benefits. This isn't just a job, it's your future. Join us today. Find more information and apply now at parker.com.
Parker, engineering your success.
The Dakota Theater, operated by nonprofit Onward Yankton, is dedicated to providing entertainment and cultural opportunities for all citizens of the greater Yankton region. They believe the arts strengthen our community by inspiring, uniting, and educating children and adults of all backgrounds. The Dakota Theater is in a time of revitalization, including restoration and renovation, technology upgrades, program enhancement, and establishing an endowment to ensure the long-term financial stability of the theater. Please donate at dakotatheater.org.
Attention homeowners, if you've been on the fence about selling, I'd love the opportunity to sit and visit with you. With low inventory, now would be a good time to call me, Deb Speck at Vision Real Estate. I'll provide you with a free market analysis and a no-pressure approach. Call me at 605-664-5555 to find out if now is the right time to make a move.
Back here in Hastings, Nebraska, it's senior day for the homestanding Hastings College Broncos. They play host to the Mount Marty Lancers. We're about 37 minutes away from kickoff. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here as the Dakota Beverage pregame show rolls on. Cloudy skies, 47 degrees. The lights are on here, as it is kind of dark here. Yeah. But when you think of November football, an image like what we have in front of us kind of comes to your mind.
Yeah, it does. Honestly, for November football, this ain't bad. No. We're sitting here nearly 50 degrees, and there was rain this morning, but hopefully that'll stay away. There is a little bit of wind, but for November football, this is not bad at all. It could be a lot worse. It has been a lot worse in years previous, which is good news for a Lancer passing attack that has come alive in recent weeks.
And speaking of the passing attack, that has been one of the major Achilles heels for the Hastings Broncos as we dive into a little deeper analysis here. They are giving up 334 yards per game via the air, and I wouldn't be surprised if Rugby Reichen's back in the pocket throwing the football a lot today.
Especially from what we've seen from him the last 2 weeks. The last 2 weeks have probably been the best 2 weeks of Lancer football and Rugby Reichen's career against Concordia and Midland both. Rugby Reichen last week, 21 of 37. That's 247 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, a long of 39. He got sacked only twice, and he was under pressure all game long. Some of the miraculous escapes, the Harry Houdinis in the pocket back there for this young guy were just something something to behold. And the passing yards, the touchdowns, the accuracy all came together for this redshirt freshman quarterback. And now, as you mentioned, facing one of the teams in this conference with one of the worst passing defenses, Rugby Reichen's got a real shot today. In terms of passing yards per game, Hastings giving up 334. That is at the bottom of the conference.
And they've struggled against the run, too, a bit with 155.5 yards per game. This defense, which doesn't have a whole lot of seniors for the Hastings Broncos, has struggled in time. That secondary, no seniors at all in that lineup, and they have had a number of injuries on both sides of the line of scrimmage, have the Hastings Broncos. One of the other numbers that stands out to me, Tehl, is the turnovers for the Broncos.
Yeah, the turnovers have been... Well, they've been a problem, we can say that, especially when you start talking about fumbles. You know, interceptions kind of are what they are. Most teams are sitting right around that 10 mark at this point in the year, and Hastings is no different. They have 11 interceptions on the year. But when it comes to the fumbles, they are far and away the most fumbles in the conference. To illustrate that point, they have had 10 more fumbles than the next team in the conference. They've had 25 total fumbles this season. The next highest is Dakota Wesleyan with 15. 14 of those 25 have been lost, which means the next highest team in the conference has only had total of 15 fumbles. Hastings has lost 14.
That's 25 turnovers right there.
That's a lot.
Between interceptions and fumbles lost. And
most in the conference by far.
Yes, by far most of the conference, and that will doom any football team no matter what level you are playing at. The Broncos have had split time at quarterback between the freshman Cassius Campbell out of Arizona and a guy we saw last year, Carson Kudlacek, who had a big game last year, but he has struggled a bit this year, mainly holding on to the football. Kulacek at the quarterback has lost 5 fumbles by himself.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough thing. The fumbles for Hastings have been a problem. And then you start taking a look at the other side. This Lancer defense forcing fumbles. They might be the best team in the conference at forcing fumbles. They're certainly number 1 in fumbles recovered with 14 fumble recoveries on the season. They have lost only 3 fumbles this season to the other team. They've recovered 14, only 6 interceptions on the year for the Lancers. This Lancer team, in terms of winning the turnover battle, they do that almost every single week. They are the best in the league at forcing fumbles. Hastings is the worst in the league at losing fumbles. That should tell you what to expect.
And I'm sure Coach Matt Franzen, the head man for the Hastings Broncos, he and his staff have probably been working overtime on that. Hastings, a couple of years ago, they had a really good season in 2022. They went 7-4. And I think they started off 5-0 that year. They had a really good start.
It was a great start, 5-0.
Yeah, but they struggled a little bit last year. They still had a good team at 5-6, but boy, they're heading in the wrong direction. They're 2-8 coming into today's play, 2-7 in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. And if they lose this game, they're 2-9, and that's kind of back to where they were when they were struggling in the early part of this decade. In 2020 and 2021, they were 2-8 in both of their seasons, and there was a lot of grumbling down here in Hastings, Nebraska. Coach Franzen comes in, gets them to a winning record, but it's been going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough thing, especially when you take a look at some of the ways that they have lost, and that obviously being that turnover battle. But besides that, the offense and the defense just not putting in the work for the Hastings defense. Once again, in terms of total yardage in the conference and their total defense on the year, they're sitting at 9th of 11 teams. That is not going to do it. Offensively, we talked about the struggles. The most points that they have scored outside of their 2 wins versus Briarcliff and Waldorf against a conference opponent was only 10. This Lancer defense is quietly one of the better ones in the conference. Hastings has got to struggle today, but I'll tell you one thing that works in favor of Hastings today. It's senior day. Not only is it senior day, they're at home. They've got going to have a massive crowd for senior day. These seniors want to go out on a high note. They're playing their last game of the season no matter what. That's motivation. Lancers still have another game on the schedule. This is not their final game. This is a road contest. It's not their senior day. Motivation-wise, edge Hastings.
Another set of numbers to look at for Hastings. They scored 43 points on the road in a win against Waldorf. That was on September 28th. Since then, in their next 5 games combined, they've only scored 33 points. That is a staggering number you don't see very often. You score 43 points against one opponent. Obviously, Waldorf, at the bottom of the conference and having a struggling season. But then to only score 33 points combined in their next 5 games, that is not good. And Hastings, they're going to have to look to turn that around today. But the Mount Marty defense has been very, very stellar and consistent throughout the season so far.
Yeah, they have. Mount Marty sitting at about 6th in the conference in points per game. They allow 26 points per game, and they get 354 yards per game, 235 points scored on them. That's about middle of the conference. They're sitting right at about the same marks as Concordia and Midland, and all 3 of those teams are below Morningside, Northwestern, Dordt, obviously. But in terms of some of those passing yards, Mount Marty sitting in terms of passing yards allowed on the season, they are 7th of those 11 teams in. That's a good thing. You want to be toward the bottom there. They're sitting actually 5th if you turn it around. 193 passing yards per game allowed. That is a good number. For Hastings, on the other hand, 334 passing yards per game allowed.
This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We're less than a half an hour away from the kickoff between Hastings College and Mount Marty University. College football here on a Saturday afternoon. We are at Lloyd Wilson Field on cloudy skies. The lights are on here in Hastings, Nebraska. We're going to take a timeout, and we're going to come back, and we'll have the rival report. We'll talk to Mike Will, longtime play-by-play announcer down here for the Hastings College Bronco. He'll give us the rival report. That's being brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. Call them direct. We'll be back with that interview after this 2-minute timeout. You're listening to Lancer Football right here on KYNT.
Have aches and pains taken you out of your game? Sports injuries can happen quickly, posing threats to your health and ability to participate in your regular athletic activities. I'm Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson from First Chiropractic Centers. Chiropractic care can provide pain relief from sore and aching muscles and lead to faster recovery after workout by easing the inflammation you experience, like stiffness, pain, or restricted movement. Visit with us about managing your sports injuries. First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
Tired of fine print confusion? Vision Insurance Group will help you see your insurance coverage clearly without straining your budget, covering everything from life and home insurance to auto, business, and long-term care. Vision Insurance Group offers coverage for South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska residents. Visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com to get a personalized quote today. Vision Insurance Group, protecting your future so you can live in the vision.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more. All at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. For your convenience, you can call and order curbside pickup or order online at meatlodge.com. The Meat Lodge in Yankton, on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
Pre-game show continues here on KYNT with the Rivals Report, brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and the Holiday Inn Express. Mike Will is the play-by-play announcer for the Hastings Broncos. They come in with a 2-8 mark, 2-7 in conference play. And Mike, you know, one of the things I notice when I look at the stat board for the Hastings Broncos is that the offense has been struggling the last few weeks. Can you give us a recap of the season so far?
Yeah, the offense has really struggled since game one. We've played 2 different quarterbacks now. Neither one of them has been able to ignite the offense at all. We've had a tough time running the football, and basically the receivers are dropping a lot of passes right now. So the passing game has struggled, and we're struggling in all phases of the game on the offensive side of the ball.
Something I also noticed was the fumbles that seem to have been plaguing the Broncos this year. I believe they're leading the conference in fumbles and fumbles lost.
Yeah, Josh Ray has had a problem. He's been in and out of the lineup because of that. He's been in the coach's doghouse, so to speak. So we've seen a couple other guys step up in the running back position. But Devin Brady, he got hurt last week at Concordia. He will not play today. And we also lost a wide receiver last week at Concordia, our leading wide receiver, Ethan Wilborn. So we're kind of playing behind the 8 ball here today as we face you guys.
And it seems like those things just happen. It just seems to be bad things happening to worse things for the Hastings Broncos. But that's the course of football. Injuries, something you have to deal with. So what do you think has to happen as far as for this offense to ignite? Because I look at the last few games, 7 points, 7 points, 3 points, 6 points, 10 points against Dakota Wesleyan. That was after the win at Waldorf. What does this team need to do to really move the ball down the field and put points on the board?
Really, we're not doing a bad job moving the ball between the 2 30-yard lines. It's basically when we get to the red zone, we've had problems in the red zone. Last week, we were there 3 or 4 times against Concordia in the red zone, had penalties that took us back out of the red zone and basically out of field goal range. We had fumbles in the red zone. So I guess executing in the red zone would be the main key today.
Let's talk about the defense. Who's been standout on the defensive side of the ball for Hastings this year?
Well, of course, last year we lost a couple of all-conference players up front, and we've struggled a little bit on the defensive side of the ball. We're giving up a lot of yards, a lot of points on that side of the ball. Gavin White is one guy you'll hear a lot from today. Then our linebackers, Caden Egger and Jaden Roberts, they'll be in a lot of plays today. Those are the guys that will lead our defense today.
It's senior day today, and of course the odd thing is that Hastings, because they got the bye week technically next week, they're ending their season 1 week before everybody else in the conference. So who are some of the seniors that stand out in your mind that have had really not just great seasons but great careers here at Hastings?
Yeah, we got to 17 of them I think we're honoring today, and Gavin White, I already mentioned him on the defensive side of the ball. He's probably the standout among the seniors out there. But there's been a lot of guys that have contributed. Maybe not one guy that really stands out, but a lot of guys that have contributed in a lot of different ways here.
Now, Hastings, sadly, the last couple of years, they've been going kind of in the wrong direction record-wise. They were 7-4 a couple of years ago, 5-6 last year, but I remember that game they had against Mount Marty up in Yankton last year, 45-42. That was a real shootout. Obviously, I don't think we're going to have 45-42 today, but it's been a tough year this year for Hastings. Is it just a combination of injuries and just not execution?
No doubt, kind of what we talked about on the offensive side of the ball. We have just struggled, and you can't win unless you put points on the scoreboard, and that's what we're doing the past couple of weeks. We just cannot get into the end zone, and hopefully today we find a way, maybe go with a shorter passing game. I think the coach talked about today. We like to go deep, but we've got to move the ball somehow, and if we're not rushing the football, look for us to maybe go with a short passing game today.
Mike, thanks for your time today, and good luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mike Will, the play-by-play man for the Hastings Broncos. That's our Rivals Report here. This is part of the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We'll be back in just a moment right here on KYNT.
Hungry for the best chicken wings in town? Then head to Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Whether you're craving mild, hot, or something with a kick, they've got the wings that will keep you coming back for more. They'll have every NFL game on so you won't miss a moment of the action. Grab a cold one, cheer on your favorite team, and enjoy the ultimate game day atmosphere. Wings, football, friends, it's all at Checkers. Open daily for all of your wing cravings.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Before the Lancers play,
after the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
authentic flavor,
Family driven.
and a memorable atmosphere.
Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
Not all funerals are the same, and neither are funeral homes. This is Paul Wentz of the Wentz and Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service in Yankton. A death in a family is one of life's most significant events. We understand the importance of such an event and realize there are no second chances. We will guide you through all your options so you are comfortable with the services chosen. Our experience, professionalism, compassion, and attention to detail will ensure everything is perfect. Wentz and Ray Funeral Home, Yankton.
And welcome back to the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We're getting you ready for Mount Marty playing on the road against the Hastings College Broncos. The second to last game of the season for the Lancers. This is the final game of the season for the Hastings Broncos. They have senior day going on here today at Lloyd Wilson Field. It's time now to meet the starting lineups for both teams. Starting lineups brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for you on your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. With the starting lineups, here's Tehl Tanner.
Yeah, let's start it off as usual up front for the Mount Marty Lancers offense. The big left tackle, senior out of Van Vleck, Texas, Patrick Perkins. The left guard, Anil Pastrana, senior out of Fort Worth, Texas. The center, senior out of Kingsbury, Texas, and Cooper Sesdek. The right guard, senior out of Montgomery, Texas, and Xavier Gable. And the right tackle, junior out of West Palm Beach, Florida, and Lionel Whittingham. Go to the pass catchers. Started off with the tight end, senior out of Brandon, South Dakota, and Austin Vigans. In the slot, it's Nick Heath, senior out of Ojibwa, Wisconsin. Trey Hansen gets the start today, senior out of Gilbert, Iowa, and Trevor Fitzgerald starts out of Yankton, South Dakota. The starting running back today is Kyle Hirsch, the freshman/junior, transfer rules obviously, out of Gayville, South Dakota. Junior in the classroom, freshman on the field. And finally, your starting quarterback for the Mount Marty Lancers, the redshirt freshman out of Yankton, South Dakota, Rugby Riken.
The Lancers averaging 156 yards per game on the ground, 158 through the air. That's a good balanced attack. It totals up to 314 yards per game, 26.5 points per contest. Let's meet the Lancer defense.
Started off up front, the senior out of Gainesville, Florida, the left end, Dalen Norman. The nose tackle, senior out of Lamar's, Iowa, and Tyrell Klein. The right end, senior out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, and John Carlstead. Your linebacker core on the outside, Devon Williams starting today, the junior out of Chicago, Illinois. We should note Cameron Middleton, unfortunate neck injury. We have seen the last of him, unfortunately, this season. That is a tough thing. So he won't be starting today. Devon Williams will get that start, junior out of Chicago, Illinois. On the other side, it is a junior out of Chicago as well in David Wilson. The middle linebackers, Jacob Lambeth, senior out of Monterey, California, and the senior out of Brandon, South Dakota, and Josh Pickthorn. We spoke with him earlier in the pregame. We'll go to the defensive secondary now for the Lancers. The corners, senior out of San Diego, California, and Amir Conley. On the other end, junior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, here in South Dakota, Sioux Falls, Asmaram Muhammad. Now the safeties. The senior out of Hawaii in Gabe Baptista, and the junior out of Louisiana in Arthur Oliver. He's a free safety.
The Lancers give up 161 yards per game on the ground, 194 through the air, 355 yards per game total. They're surrendering 26 points per game. Let's go to the other side of the ledger and meet the homestanding Hastings Broncos.
Started off with the left tackle. He's a senior out of Tucson, Arizona, Josh Hendrickson. The left guard, Sal Nacarelli, a sophomore out of Omaha, Nebraska. The center, Alvino Sanchez, sophomore out of Sutton, Nebraska. The right guard, Jaden Lagunas, a sophomore out of Hastings, Nebraska, hometown kid. Right tackle, junior out of Elizabeth, Colorado, and Jaden Lawrence. As we go to the pass catcher, started off with the tight end, and Jake Bargan out of Utica, Nebraska. He's a junior. And then the wide receivers, Eli Nappy, senior out of Warrensburg, Missouri. Wide receiver, senior out of Tucson, Arizona, in Duncan Fouts. And a wide receiver in Quay Hill, a junior out of Abilene, Texas. Go to the starting running back for the Hastings Broncos, a sophomore out of Lacombe, Louisiana, Josh Ray. And your starting quarterback today, Carson Kudlacek out of Hastings, Nebraska. We have seen Cassius Campbell and Carson Kudlacek both over the last couple weeks.
Yeah, and they will split time, so it's kind of not relevant which one starts because they're going to get probably about equal amount of playing time. Hastings has struggled on offense this year. 96 yards per game on the ground, 171.5 through the air, 268 yards total, and just 15 points per game. Again, we mentioned 33 combined points on offense over the last 5 games for the Hastings Broncos. Let's meet the Hastings defense.
Yeah, let's start it off up front once again. The left end in Gavin White, junior out of Sutherland, Nebraska. The nose tackle, sophomore out of Bellevue, Nebraska, and Marquise Keaton. The right end, Gunnar Ogle, senior out of Blair, Nebraska. The linebackers, freshman out of Glenville, Nebraska, and Dawson Kissinger. On the other end, it's Caden Egger, a senior out of Utan, Nebraska. Linebackers, junior out of Tucson, Arizona, and Jake Lambert. Middle linebacker, a junior out of Bellevue, Nebraska, in Jaden Roberts. The corners, freshman out of San Antonio, Texas, Dion Tovar. He's a freshman. On the other end, for corners, Jason Olford, sophomore out of Wiley, Texas. Your strong safety, junior out of Cedar Creek, Nebraska, and Sam All. And your free safety, Josiah Aldridge, sophomore out of Bellevue, Nebraska.
The Broncos give up 155.5 yards rushing per game, 334.5 per game via the pass. That's a whopping 490 yards per offense is what they give up per contest, and that leads also to 36 points per game. Hastings, their defense has struggled almost to the same level that their offense have struggled, and that is not good, and that is what has led to this 5-game losing streak, and the most points they've scored at any one point in that losing streak, 10 points against Dakota Wesleyan back on October the 5th.
Yeah, over a month ago.
Yeah, so Hastings needs to find a way to turn it around as they're playing their final game of the year. They're 2-8 on the season. This is senior day for them. Marty, 5-4 coming into today's contest. And once again, the starting lineups for today being brought to you by Foreman Charters, as the Broncos are taking the field here as they just got done playing their school song. And something that Mike Will pointed out, a lot of injuries as the team comes out. Some of the other players in street clothes coming out behind them. Then sadly, they've had a lot of injuries they've had to deal with. But that's one of the realities, sadly, in college football, and we see it with various teams over the year. We don't like seeing it, but it's always tough when you got those guys on the sideline, a couple guys on crutches, as a matter of fact, and you hope those young men are back healthy again real soon. We are about 12 minutes away from kickoff for today's game between Hastings and Mount Marty. We're going to take a timeout right now, and we'll come back and have the interview with head coach John Micheletti. Coming back with this in just a moment. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. We're broadcasting live from Hastings, Nebraska. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Hey, we know an auto accident takes a bite out of your life. You hear that sickening crunch and it's instant stress. Who do I call? What will insurance cover? How long will this take? How much will it cost? Well, relax. You found Abra. Rest assured, the friendly Abra professionals will make your experience easy and hassle-free. They'll help you repair your car so you can get on with your life like nothing ever happened. Contact Abra today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81. At Triple Time Rudy's, not only do you get top-notch fuel to keep you on the move, but it's a destination for delicious local treats. You'll find quality South Dakota products like Dimmock cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. It's your community's pit stop for more than just fuel. Triple Time Rudy's supports schools and events and provides fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers. For all your daily fill-ups and convenience needs, stop by Triple Time Rudy's at 17th and Broadway.
Ever try to fit a giant cactus into a box? No? Well, at the UPS store, we've seen it all. Okay, maybe not a cactus, but we've seen a lot, so don't worry. You don't have to be a packing genius. Let the associates at the UPS store handle it. From awkward size objects to important documents, we'll pack it perfectly, ship it safely, and give you peace of mind you need. Whether it's fragile, oversized, well, or just plain weird, bring it to us and we'll take care of the rest. The UPS store in Yankton and Vermilion, because sometimes packing is harder than it looks.
Comfort, stability, and performance in one stylish package. This is Ken, and at Ace Bike and Fitness, I'm talking about the Electra Townie Go e-bike. These electric bikes are easy to use and fun to ride. Whether you need a little push or want to get the bike to do most of the work, the Electra Townie Go is truly the e-bike for everyone. Just get on and go with an Electra Townie Go from Ace Bike and Fitness in Yankton. Shop in store today.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Coors Light, Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly. As we go to our coach interview from Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. John Micheletti, the head coach of Mount Marty Lancer football, now in the booth. 2 games left on the schedule. Your final road contest. First up, walk me through the schedule. Getting down there, pregame. Walk me through the road.
Yeah. So the good thing about how our schedule kind of lays is that it's very similar. So we played Concordia a few weeks ago, which is pretty close in distance, so we get to stay on the same schedule that way that we did just a few weeks ago. Typical week of practice, all that's the normal, but instead of our normal morning meetings and stretch, we just get on the bus and eat some breakfast and do a little team bonding that way. So
that's pretty nice. And then they obviously moved kickoff back an hour and a half to 2:30. Is that just kind of help you guys get down there? It's a bit of a trip.
Yeah, that was one thing I talked to Coach Franzen about last year. I was talking to him pregame, and he was like, "Yeah, we just woke up at or got on the bus at 6 a.m." I'm like, "Oof." I'm like, "That's tough." He's like, "Yeah, it's just one of those things we go back and forth of do we go down the night before or not." And the guy got talking to our seniors and our leadership group, and they all talked like they love to just be able to sleep in their own beds.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I was talking to Coach Franzen, and I just made a deal with him. I was like, "Hey, anytime that you come to our place, we go to your play. Let's move it back to about 2:30 so we can get some good sleep and then still make the travel the same day." So appreciate the relationship that we have, with some of the other coaches in the league to be able to accommodate and make educational decisions like that. So
seems like a really good group of guys that put their players first in the GPAC.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, and that's what I've loved about this conference is the player first and what's best for these guys and their experience.
When we talk about the game itself, let's go over Hastings' offense. When you talk about these guys, how are you prepping for them?
Yeah, they are a little bit more pass happy than some of the teams that we've played more recently. They do have some guys that can stretch the field, and that's their best part of their offense is their wide receiver core. So we're going to have to make sure that our defensive line wins the race to the quarterback before that quarterback can get rid of the ball down the field. So our defensive backs have had a good week of practice, ready to go for there, and make sure that we sprinkle in a few different coverage looks to keep them on their toes as well.
Talking about their defense and their offense now, kind of going into it, flip the other side. Can you tell me how you're prepping?
Yeah, so their defense, they have a defensive lineman that's up there ranking-wise in sacks and disrupting quarterbacks, anything behind the line of scrimmage there with tackles for loss and all that. So we got to make sure we know where he's at and control his motor and his effort. He always seems to be a high-motor guy there. So, but we want to make sure we start off with the run game like usual and be able to complement some of the stuff down the field, be able to stretch it open that rugby's been able to get really comfortable with lately.
Coach, let's talk about your seniors now. You got 2 weeks left with this group of guys. We spoke with Josh Pickthorn, one of your leaders on the defensive side, a little earlier in the pregame show. Tell me about him and those seniors.
Yeah, very special group. Got a lot of love for these guys, a real tight-knit group, and a group that chose Mount Marty from the get-go. And that wasn't maybe the easiest decision from the get-go because there wasn't a tradition at Mount Marty. They were the ones starting it, and that was something we talked about in the recruiting process, and we've continuously talked about each and every year. And I'm very excited to see it in the years to come of how much success this group will find, because a team that has started a program like they have in the way that they have just creates special individuals. And like I said, I'm very proud of this group. Got a lot of love for them.
Coach, going to Hastings, you got 2 games left on the schedule. What needs to happen to win those 2 games and for you to walk away at the end of the season being proud of your guys? What needs to happen in these ball games?
Yeah, that's 2 opportunities to get better still. Very excited about how last game went, but it's over now. We got to make sure we move on to Hastings, play our brand of ball, clean up a few things here and there, and have some fun doing it, because that's what kind of brings us all together.
Coach, thank you for your time. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Brought to you by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Let's take a break. Come back in a couple of minutes on KYNT Kickoff. Mount Marty at Hastings.
Loading the kids in the car, brokering peace in the back seat, mastering the snack handoff without even looking. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple, so you can worry about more important things, like figuring out what's growing in that cup holder. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. Visit mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
At Vision Care Associates, we're always improving our technology for the health of your eyes. With OptiMap dilation-free exams, you get a comprehensive view of your retina without the need for dilation eye drops. It's quick, easy, and best of all, it keeps your day interruption-free. OptiMap captures a detailed image of your eye, helping to detect any problems. No blurriness, no discomfort, just clear, precise results. Book your OptiMap exam now.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, we treat our patients like family.
We have an experienced and extremely caring dental team. We take the time to make sure you understand your oral health and answer any questions you have about your dental treatments.
With an office located in the heart of Yankton at 1818 Broadway, we're centrally located for all patients in the area.
Whether you need fillings, crowns, or bridges, just a teeth cleaning, or even Botox.
Contact Elwood Family Dental Care today.
This is Jenny from Slumberland Furniture in Yankton. Looking for a refresh in your home? Want to change up your space? Take advantage of our free interior design service. We can help reimagine your room using new pieces that will work with what you currently have. At Slumberland, you'll find the best brand name furniture and quality mattresses with the best customer service possible. See us at 2401 Broadway in Yankton.
They say tomorrow is always coming, but never arrives. It's always just beyond today. Not true when it comes to internet. Tomorrow's technology is already here. We'll need solutions that are even faster, smarter, and more secure. So let's go. Let's go to a place where Midco Internet connects you to all the possibilities of tomorrow. That's where we're going today. Midco. Let's go beyond.
Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information. A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
All right, back here for the waning moments of the Dakota Beverage pre-game show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum here. We're just a couple of minutes away from kickoff between Mount Marty and the homestanding Hastings Broncos. And now the team captains are making their way out to the center of the field here. We'll note the colors for the uniforms. That's being brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire in Yankton. Get more from Les. The Broncos wearing the crimson red uniforms with the black pants, the white numbers, the crimson red helmets with the white horseshoe on them, of course, symbolizing the Broncos. White from head to toe for Mount Marty with the navy blue numbers and letters. John Carlstead making the call. Rodney Brungart is the official. He tosses the coin up into the air, and Hastings has won the toss. So Looks like the Broncos are going to defer. The referee will make the signal here in just a moment. They have deferred, so it will be Mount Marty to get their hands on the football here when we kick off in about a minute or so. Alrighty, the first half of football today is going to be brought to you by Dakota Mac. Whether you're a farmer, rancher, investor, or simply a Lancer fan, look to Dakota Mac for your ag financing needs. Visit dakotamac.com to learn more. Final thoughts, Tehl. I'm going to give you a quick thing here. Because Hastings is struggling scoring over the last month plus, I think if the Lancers come out right away and put up a couple of touchdowns quick, they could really have Hastings behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, and they kind of get that lucky thing right in losing the coin toss there. They get their offense on the field first, an offense that's been playing very, very well in recent weeks. But as we go to this game, there's two statistics that really jump out to me between these two teams and what's going to decide this game. First of all, Mount Marty is still number 1 in the conference in third down conversion percentage. They convert on third down 57% of the time. They're 77 of 136. That is far and away the most third down conversions in the conference. Hastings, on the other hand, sitting at 35% on third down. Once again, Mount Marty 57, Hastings 35. And for Hastings, gotta be the number one thing you talk about today. Cannot turn over the ball. Cannot turn over the ball if they're going to get a win against this Lancer program. Hastings has lost 14 fumbles on the season. They have 25 total fumbles, lost 14. The Lancers have only lost 3 fumbles. In terms of interceptions, 6 for the Lancers, 11 for Hastings. Lancers have recovered 14 total fumbles. That is the most in the conference. They have forced the most fumbles. They have recovered the most fumbles. Hastings has had the most fumbles and lost the most fumbles. Hastings cannot turn over the ball if they're going to win today.
All right, Bryce Chaplin, kickoff specialist, has it teed up, puts his foot to it, and he kicks it right to Trey Hansen, fumbles it at the 10-yard line, gets it right back, runs to his left across the 20, the 25, makes another man miss at the 30, goes to the left sideline, and 35 yards on that return, or actually 25 yards on the return.
Doesn't matter. There's going to be a holding call on the return team here. Looked like that was number 1 for the Hastings Broncos, and Eli Nappy out there on kick coverage. He was held as he was trying to get Trey Hansen on the outside. The official threw it right away, and they're going back.
Yep, so this one will not start around the 35-yard line. It is a spot infraction. Let's mention our official crew. Rodney Brungart's the referee. Zach Hunnell, the umpire. Jordan Stewart, he's the head linesman. The side judge is Marcus Marinkovich. Kevin Gerink is the line judge. Walter Durston, the field judge. Eric Nielsen, he is the back judge. The officiating crew for today. So first play, and it's a penalty for Mount Marty. They have been pretty good in the penalty department, not committing many, but it backs them up to about the 13-yard line. Or check that, to the 17-yard line. They'll try Kyle Hirsch on a running play to the left. Goes nowhere, no gain. 2nd down and 10 coming up for Mount Marty.
Yeah, you mentioned Mount Marty been doing pretty good in the penalty department. They're actually the fourth least penalties committed in the Great Plains Athletic Conference this season, only to Morningside, Waldorf, and Dakota Wesleyan, who's at the bottom with least amount of penalties committed. Hastings is 4th most at 49. Lancers have 37.
All right, 2nd down and 10 coming up. Hastings shows blitz. High snap brought down. Hirsch running play up the middle, gets 2 yards, and that's all to the 19-yard line. Cloudy skies, lights are on. 47 the current temperature. No rain at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have some drizzle. There is a little bit of wind out there. Not much, but it definitely makes it feel a little bit colder. 3rd down and 8 coming up, just underway, first quarter. No score, first possession of the game for the Lancers. They're facing 3rd and 8. There's movement on the line.
It looks like they're going to blitz here. They look like they were sending 5. Reichen the points to the sideline. They're going to change up the play, see if they could have Kyle Hirsch block that edge here, see what they're going to do. They switch things up.
All right, 3rd down and 8 coming up. Out of the shotgun, Reichen looking to his left, loads up, throws the long ball, got a man open, incomplete at the 45-yard line. Vegan's the intended receiver. There was good coverage downfield by the Hastings defense, and a 3-and-out. Hastings holds defensively on their first series.
That's exactly what Hastings needed to do on that first series. 3-and-out, get off the field, get your offense on now and see if they could go do something with it. Lancers run, pass, and it just didn't quite work the way they wanted to. Got into a 3rd and long situation, try the deep ball, and just led the receiver too far, but good coverage either way.
Jack Finder will punt it away. Colton Marsh stands back at his own 44-yard line to receive this punt. Snap on target. Pressure coming. High punt. Not very far. Going to bounce around the 45-yard line. Takes a Lancer bounce across midfield, and it will be touched around the 46-yard line. It'll be spotted dead at the 43. I think a Lancer player touched it at the 46. Nope, they're going to put it at the 47-yard line or the 48-yard line. As the back judge there that made that call. That is Eric Nielsen. Ball will be put down.
No, he still hasn't put it down. He's running around with it. They're switching out the footballs. All right, where are they going to put it?
Football. The 48-yard line. First down and 10 for the Broncos. And the question, who will be playing quarterback? And it's going to start off with the freshman, Cassius Campbell. He's out of Arizona. A left-hander drops back, looking, throws the long ball down the sideline into coverage, tapped away, incomplete. Intended for their main man, Eli Nappy. 31 catches for the senior out of Warrensburg, Missouri.
Well, Hastings starts the ball game the same way they always do, taking a deep shot on the very first play of the game. Unsuccessful here. But we'll talk about the last couple starts here at quarterback for this Bronco team. It was Carson Kulajek 2 games ago versus Doan, but then last week it was this guy who got the start in Campbell.
Campbell drops back, looks for the screen pass, now rolls out, throws it incomplete, just grounded it at the feet of Josh Ray as the pressure was coming from the Lancers. Incomplete.
We'll go over Campbell's stats from last week in the loss to Concordia. 21 of 42 throwing the football, 232 yards, 1 touchdown to 2 interceptions. Through 50%, 232, 1 TD, 2 interceptions.
6'2", 188, a freshman out of Queen Creek, Arizona, is Campbell. 3rd down and 10. He's out of the shotgun. 2 receivers either side. Raid in the backfield stands to his left. Marty showing blitz, but they'll only send 4 and hold everything. We've got a penalty. And I believe it's a false start.
Yeah, it looks like that's what the white hat was just motioning there for a second. We'll see what the official word is, but Hastings is backing up.
Yep, false start on the offense. Marty Football brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. 3rd down and 15 now for Hastings. 13 minutes on the clock. First quarter, no score. Marty digging in defensively. 2 receivers either side. Straight drop back out of the shotgun. Pressure coming. Campbell is going to throw on the run. Dumps it off to a safety valve. That's Ray across midfield. But he's going to be stopped shy of the first down at the Lancer 47-yard line. That'll bring up 4th down and 4 for Hastings.
Well, both teams go 3 and out to start this one off. Lancers defense holds. They get the ball back. The defense today for the Lancers certainly going to be key. We knew that this Hastings offense has been struggling recently. Lancers have got to hold them to a lot of these 3 and outs today. Their offense, on the other hand, facing one of the, in terms of yardage in game, the worst in the Great Plains Athletic Conference in terms of passing defense. We'll see if they try and go to the air now.
Here's the punt from Hastings, a wobbler down the middle of the field. It'll bounce at the 18-yard line, roll to the sideline, down near the 13-yard line. It's Trayvon Shaw with the punt. He was averaging 40.5 yards per punt. And that one, not the best, but it did the job. It got him inside the 20, and that's where the Lancers will start off at around the 13-yard line.
Yeah, not a bad punt at all. Lancers starting. Not great field position for the second drive in a row. The first one due to penalty once again after a decent kick return. Now this one just a good punt. We'll see. They're starting at their own 13-yard line.
First down and 10, Lancers, pistol formation. Malachi Hart's into the game, and he'll take it right up the middle and get about a yard, and that's all. Hart's hasn't played a whole lot last couple of games. Got in there that time. He had a brilliant start to the season.
Yeah, Hartz has had some illness troubles, including last week. He just was not healthy enough to play is kind of what happened.
Second down, run up the middle again. Not much, maybe moving the pile about 2 yards is Hartz. Tough sledding there.
Yeah, Hart's the illness that overtook him kind of ended up losing quite a bit of weight, over 10 pounds. He was down in his playing weight, so at that point, head coach John Micheletti basically said, you need to get that weight back up before we could get you out there. That illness really took its toll, but he did get that weight back up. He is healthy now, and finally we get to see Malachi back out there. We'll go over his stats from the beginning of the season here in just a moment. Now, third down.
Yep, third down and about 7. Reichen, play action, throws to the left, got a man. It is going to be incomplete. Penalty flags down. Hanson, the intended target, around the 25-yard line, but there was contact, and I got a feeling this one's going to go against Hastings.
Yeah, it might be the first down of this game. Once again, Hastings has committed the 4th most penalties in the Great Plains Athletic Conference.
I'm seeing quite a few flags. Pass interference on the defense. And they are going to tag Jason Alford, sophomore out of Wiley, Texas. Move the chains. First down, Mount Marty. Lancer football brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. First down of the game for either team comes via a penalty with 11:03 left to go. First quarter, no score. 4-man punt for the Broncos on 1st and 10. Hartz up the middle into traffic, and he'll get about 3 yards from the 25 out to the 28.
So let's take a moment and go over Malachi's stats now through this season. He's had 3 separate games where he's gone over 120 yards with 2 touchdowns in each. That was the first 2 games of the season at Culver Stockton, at Dakota Wesleyan were the first 2 of those. 151 against Culver Stockton, 136 against Dakota Wesleyan. It was a tough stretch after that, but 128 and 2 touchdowns at Briar Cliff. We'll talk about what happened next in just a moment, but that was back on October 5th.
Pistol formation. Hartz tries the left side and hit right away, lunges forward for just 1 yard.
So right after that, he ends up playing Dort, ended up only having 26 yards, and then at Concordia, where he only had 5 rushing attempts for -5 yards, got bottled up there. We did not see him against Midland. We did not see him against Hastings. Once again, that illness really kind of sidelined him this season. But you can see the numbers that he had been putting up before that, and in his stead, Kyle Hirsch was having some amazing games the last couple weeks. But now he's back. He's healthy. Lancers have 2 healthy backs that have both gone over the century mark in the last couple weeks.
Third down and about 5. Reichen rolls out. He's going to run. He's got room. He's got the first down across the 35 to the 37. Move the chains. First down, Mount Marty on the scramble by Rugby Reichen.
Well, I guess if we're going to talk about running the football, let's talk about the dual threat quarterback in Rugby Reichen, who has 67 rushing attempts on the season for 250 yards. He's averaging 27 yards a game and sacks count against. This is a good dual threat quarterback.
Mount Marty moving from left to right on your radio dial. They have it first down and 10 here in quarter number 1. No score with 9:20 and counting left to go. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Hirsch back into the game, tries to bounce it outside to the left. Nothing doing. He didn't even make it back to the line of scrimmage.
A tough loss on first down for the Lancers. That's the one thing you never want to do on first down is go backwards. Now it's 2nd and long. You kind of shorten your playbook a little bit and put you in an awkward situation.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. 2nd and 11. 1 yard loss on that last play. From the left hash mark, here comes the blitz. Reichen pumps, throws down the sideline, short, intercepted around the 38-yard line, across midfield, and down the sideline is racing the defensive back. That's Josiah Aldridge, the sophomore, his first interception for the year, and the first turnover of the game is against Mount Marty on the pass interception. And for Reichen, that is his 11th pick that he has thrown this year.
Yeah, that is certainly tough for the Lancers there. That was a tough throw. It was deep and short into double coverage, and that's just a throw you can't make.
And the Lancer defense trots out onto the field. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Runza. Pick the perfect burger at Runza. Bacon cheeseburger, Swiss mushroom, or spicy jack. Made fresh and topped the way you like it. It's Runza now in Yankton. We have a penalty. I believe it was on the return.
On both teams, I believe. He motioned to different guys, and I think we might have offset and went right back to the spot of the interception.
Well, it's a little bit further back.
Yeah.
It depends on the penalty. We'll wait for a official recap here on the Hastings stat page. But it puts the ball at Hastings' 45-yard line. First down and 10 Broncos. They operate from right to left on your radio dial. 8:31 first quarter, no score, out of the shotgun. And there's a pass. It's going to be caught by Nappy. Quick pass. Are they going to say incomplete? No, they gave it to him.
Yeah, that one.
I
from
thought
my
that
eyes,
hit
hit the ground.
But Nappy must have scooped it up. Short gain of about 5 yards over on the far sideline. Second down and 5 from the midfield stripe coming up for the Broncos. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Ray, the deep man, in the pistol formation. He'll have the handoff straight up the middle. Runs into Carlstead, but leans forward and gets about 4 yards. He'll bring up 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, 3rd and short for Hastings, and this is where these games are going to be won. You've got to convert on 3rd and short, 3rd and just over a yard.
Hastings has Campbell at quarterback, the southpaw freshman, and Josh Ray, who has struggled holding on to the football from time to time this year. He's the man behind him in the pistol formation, and he'll get the handoff running to his right. He'll have the first down and a little bit more across the 45 to near the 42-yard line. First down, Broncos.
I kind of had to get it on second effort, too. There was a Lancer that kind of had an arm around him in the backfield, but he was able to break the arm tackle and get first down yardage.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. In Lancer territory are the Broncos. 1st and 10 at the 42. 4-man front. Here comes a quick pass out. Caught on the left side, racing down the left sideline. Backup wide receiver Jason Wright, 5'5", 135 pounds. He's out of Victorville, California. That's his 11th catch of the year.
He's a senior getting it on senior day, which is nice to see.
And you can definitely tell where he is because he's much shorter than everybody else out on the field. And it's a first down to the 32-yard line. This time it's going to be Ray taking the football. Or check that, backup running back into the game. And we've got a loose football, looks like.
No, they was just still pushing the pile, forward. That rugby scrum, the offensive line came behind him and just kept moving.
Colton Wademan, that is the running back there. And that is his first catch. Devin Brady, who got a lot of carries last week, he is out injured. And now Ray back into the game. It's a gain of about 6 when all is said and done. Quick pass, Nappy over on the right side. He'll maneuver down the sideline, get a first down inside the 20 near the 18-yard line. So Hastings being very effective on this drive. They pick up another first down. 5:40 and counting. First quarter, no score, but Hastings in the red zone. At the 18-yard line, 1st and 10. 1 receiver either side, double tight end set. Here comes the blitz. Ray up the middle, runs into trouble right away and gains 2 yards to the 16, and that is all.
Red zone defense now for the Lancers, trying to hold here as we're getting toward the, I guess we're still in the middle of the first quarter. This has been a slow-moving first quarter.
Had some incomplete passes in there.
Yeah.
2nd down and 8. Pistol formation with receivers either side. Low snap. Ray tries student body right, and he'll be shoved out of bounds around the 14-yard line. Gain of 2. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway.
Take a look at red zone efficiency here. Hastings actually at the bottom of the conference in terms of efficiency. 58% of the time when they get into the red zone, they're able to get in the end zone. 14 of 24. For the Lancers, they're at 81%, 25 of 31.
Pistol formation on 3rd down and 6. Play action, throw, incomplete. In the middle of the field, a little slant pattern, and the intended receiver was Duncan Fouts, the senior out of Tucson, Arizona. Conley had the coverage, And here comes the field goal unit. Remember, Mike talked about that. Mike Will, the play-by-play announcer for Hastings, talked about that in the pregame show. He says, hey, moving it in the middle of the field, we're doing fine. We get in the red zone, we really struggle. And that has been something that's been a problem.
Yeah, and the stats back that up. Once again, if your red zone efficiency is anywhere in the 50s, that's not good.
This will be a 31-yard field goal attempt for Xander Salyers. Kick is on the way, and it is good. 4:29 left to go, first quarter. Hastings up 3-0 on Mount Marty. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds on KYNT.
Check out Runza's Spicy Barbecue Bacon Burger and Runza Sandwich. Whew, that's a tongue twister. Say that 5 times fast.
Spicy Barbecue Bacon Burger and Runza Sandwich. Spicy Barbecue Bacon Burger and Runza Sandwich.
No, I didn't actually.
Spicy Barbecue Bacon Burger and Runza Sandwich.
Try Runza's Spicy Barbecue Bacon Burger and Runza Sandwich with barbecue sauce, jalapenos, bacon, pepper jack cheese, and crispy onion strips. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
The last scoring drive for Hastings, 9 plays, 41 yards. And they get a field goal from Xander Salyers, 31 yards out. And with 4:29 left to go here in the first quarter, it is 3-0 Hastings. That was 4 minutes, 2 seconds time of possession for Hastings.
A 9-play, 41-yard drive. Not bad at all to get your first score of the ball game. Go up 3-0.
Short kickoff, and it is going to bounce in no man's land, and it is going to roll out of bounds. But I believe it was touched. Boy, there was confusion there between several Lancers players. Somebody was signaling, hey, make a fair catch, but it rolled out of bounds. But after it was touched, so it's not a penalty.
No.
And Mount Marty's going to get the ball back at the 12-yard line. First down and 10. That's where they're going to operate from.
Well, looks like they're setting up at the 10. Like it's backed up quite a bit for the Lancers.
Yeah,
here.
All right, so by rule, the ball's placed at the 10-yard line. So this is not a good start for Mount Marty. They got a long way to go. 4:27 left, first quarter, 3-0 Hastings on top. Senior day here at Lloyd Wilson Field. Lancers, the gold helmets, white from head to toe, the navy blue numbers and letters. Jet sweep. Fitzgerald tries to bounce it to the outside. He's bottled up and only gets about a yard, maybe 2, when they're going to say his knee's down at the 11. And that play was stretched out quite well by the Hastings defense. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Avera. Moving health forward, it's Avera. Second down and 9. Lancer offense has kind of struggled here in the early going. It's going to be a sweep. Hirsch, a hole over on the left side. He's across the 20 to the 25 and knocked out of bounds near the 27-yard line. That was a good run by Kyle Hirsch.
Yeah, that's how you get the offense going with this Lancer program specifically. They need to get the ground game going, and that opens up everything first. But for them, it's ground first. You go back and look at the games where they've struggled to run the football. Well, the offense hasn't done very well. They've got to run the football.
They're a very balanced offense, and Hirsch takes it up the middle on the handoff, and he's across the 30 to near the 32-yard line, gain of 5. We talk about balance. For Mount Marty on the season, 156 on the ground, 158 through the air. You just can't get statistically better than that.
No, yeah, it all opens it up, and Rugby Riken has played very well the last couple weeks. Tough start today, though.
Hirsch runs it up the middle, no gain.
Talk about that tough start. He's only thrown the ball 3 times. He's 0 of 2 with 1 interception.
And again, this is a Hastings defense has really struggled against the pass all season long. Now 2 receivers either side. Riken out of the shotgun. Will look to the sidelines. Has Hirsch to the left of him in the shotgun set. 2:35 and counting left to go. First quarter. It is 3-0 Hastings. They've got 4 down linemen. Maybe showing blitz. Linebacker's going to back off. 4 men coming. Riken struggling in the pocket. Rolls out, throws on the run, and it's caught. Fitzgerald has it for a first down as he tiptoed at the 40-yard line.
We've got a flag thrown right at the spot of the catch as well. He was tiptoeing downfield, and here comes Hastings clapping. I wonder if Fitzgerald went out of bounds before he caught that football.
Well, Lancers are backing up. This is not good sign with 2:16 left here in quarter number 1. See what the official, that's Rodney Brunkart. Pass interference on the offense.
Ooh.
15-yard walk-off. That hurts.
That hurts a lot. That was a first down throw. Would have been it's one of those where you kind of get the passing offense going too. Like that was the first completed pass downfield for Rugby Riken, and it was to his number 1 target in Trevor Fitzgerald, and a great throw walking the tightrope on the sideline. It gets taken away.
Coming into today, Fitzgerald, 34 catches, 362 yards, 4 touchdowns on the season. That is tops on the team. Second is Trey Hansen with 26 catches. Kyle Hirsch has 25 catches at the running back position. So here it is, third down and about 17, I think it is to go. Long way. Riken dropping back, pressured, rolls out to his right, on the run, throws it, and it's going to be caught by Hirsch, but he's well shy of the marker, out of bounds near the 17, maybe the 18-yard line, so he only got 1 yard. And again, the Lancer punt team comes out onto the field with 1:45 and counting here. Quarter number 1, Hastings, a team that has struggled defensively. Their defense has been stellar so far here on Senior Day in Hastings, Nebraska.
It really has. They're given, once again, this Hastings defense is giving up 36 points per game and 490 yards per game, but they have been very good in this first quarter.
Finder with a good punt near midfield. Marsh, fair catch at the Hastings 48-yard line. That's where the Broncos have it. First down and 10. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area, all beginning on day 1. Learn more at parker.com. 3-0 Hastings with 1:19 left to go here in quarter number 1. They've also won the field position battle here in this first quarter by far. Well, Marty's been operating deep in their own territory. Hastings near midfield. They'll run it to the left on a handoff. Ray trying to bounce to the outside. He is tackled by Pickthorn. No gain.
It was good coverage by the Lancers. Had a DB out there, setting the edge, forced the player inside, and the 2 middle linebackers in Pickthorn and Lambeth were waiting for him. No gain on the play. I think out there that might have been Gabe Baptista securing that edge, turning the player inside.
Second down and 10 coming up. Under a minute to go here in the first quarter. Hastings up 3-zip. 2 receivers either side. Campbell drops back. The lefty throws over the middle. Got a man. It is caught inside the 30 to the 25-yard line. Jake Bargan, the tight end out of Utica, Nebraska. His 16th catch of the year. Move the chains. And it's first down for Hastings at the Lancer 25-yard line. Probably get one more playoff unless it's an incompletion here for Hastings as we near the end of the first quarter. 2 receivers either side. It'll be a quick pass. It is caught. That's Fouts weaving through traffic on the bubble screen. He's down at the 22-yard line, and only a gain of about 3 on the play. And that's going to do it for quarter number 1. A good start for the homestanding Broncos. They're up 3-0 on Mount Marty. We'll take a timeout. Come back with the second quarter in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
Here in the Midwest, fall means harvest, hunting, and Friday nights under the lights. Whether you're toasting into a day in the fields, celebrating a hunt well done, or kicking back after the big game, Alaskan Amber is a perfect companion. Brewed with glacier-fed water and a smooth malty flavor, it's the perfect way to unwind after a day spent exploring the great outdoors. Alaskan Amber, crafted for those who work hard, play hard, and savor every moment.
I didn't know you did that. We hear that often. This is Matt Hansen with Hansen Briggs Advertising. Our slogan is, for all your printing and promotional needs. I emphasize all because we do apparel, pins, signs, printing, calendars, business cards, custom forms, banners, flyers, drinkware, bulk mailings, and much more. If you have a project, I'm sure Hanson Briggs can help. 1213 West 9th Street in Yankton or online at hansonbriggsadvertising.com.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
One quarter in the books. It's all Hastings so far. 3-0 the score. Hastings on top of Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and Hastings on the move again. Once again in Lancer territory, just outside the red zone at the 23-yard line, 2nd down and 8. Ray with the handoff up the middle has a little bit of a hole. He's across the 20, tackled at the 18. Tehl, you want to examine some of those first quarter stats? They were just handed to us.
Yeah, there we go. I didn't even see them come in. All right, here we go. Total offense, 15 plays for 81 yards for Hastings, 15 plays for 41 yards for the Lancers. On 3rd down, Lancers 2 of 5, 40%. Hastings 1 of 3 for 33%. And we go back to a play. We'll talk about it here more in just a second.
You bet. 3rd down and about 3. Shotgun set. Quick pass. Caught inside the 10 and tackled inside the 5-yard line. I believe that's Bargan, the tight end, who had caught that pass. Disappeared under a crowd. Check that. That was Nappy who catches the ball. And that'll be a 1st down and goal situation for Hastings. A little slant pattern there, and the receiver was wide open.
Talk about penalties. Hastings had 3 for 28 yards in that first quarter. Lancers had 2 for 33.
Yep, Nappy credited with the catch. I formation. Ray runs to his right, dives in the end zone. Touchdown, Hastings. Just power football up the middle, and Ray scores his 6th rushing touchdown of the year. And now it's 9-0 in favor of Hastings. Boy, for a team that has really struggled on offense, they have played pretty well here today.
They certainly have. They've been able to move the ball in this Lancer defense and get their first score in the end zone.
2 yards officially on the run for Josh Ray. Here comes the point after kick. It's on the way from Salyers, and it is good. 13:49 left to go until halftime. 10-0. Hastings on top of Mount Marty. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Do you dread payroll or bookkeeping for your business? What would you do with the hours you spend crunching numbers? Have a relaxing weekend? Enjoy a hobby? Maybe you could actually focus on growing your business. At H&R Block of Yankton, we take care of everything payroll and bookkeeping related, so you can actually focus on other important things. We'll do the counting, so you can do what matters most. Contact locally owned H&R Block of Yankton at 605-665-3366 today.
6 plays, 52 yards on that scoring drive by the Hastings Broncos. 13:49 left to go until halftime. Hastings up on Mount Marty, 10-0. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. This is the first time Hastings has broken double figures since they played Dakota Wesleyan back on the 5th of March. Or not March. October. I am in the wrong season.
I think you're ready for that spring warm weather to come back. I'm already getting sick of this cold weather, and it's not even here yet.
Short kickoff, and that was fielded, I believe, by Justin Ogle, backup tight end, and a good field position here for Mount Marty, the best of the day to start a drive. They'll be around the 38-yard line.
Yeah, they've been starting inside of the 20-yard line every single drive they've had so far today, all 3 of them. The last one starting at their own 10. That has not helped this Lancer offense. Now, don't get me wrong. They've struggled in other ways, but starting field position matters a lot. This will help a little. Now they've got to do something with it.
All righty. First down from the 38-yard line for Mount Marty. They switch ends of the field. They will operate right to left on your radio dial. They're down 10-0, but we're early in the second quarter of play. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and here comes a man in motion. That's Hirsch. He'll now be behind the quarterback pistol formation. Handoff up the middle. Hirsch hit right away, but moves forward across the 40 to the 43-yard line, gain of 5.
Kyle Hirsch has been running hard so far to start off this ball game. Now, when you take a look at his stats so far, he has the most rushing yards of any player today.
Riken rolls out to his right. Now he'll scramble, move up the middle. He'll gain about 2 yards on the scramble, just across the 45, shy of the 46. We'll call it a gain of 3, sets up a manageable third down.
Those rushing yards for Kyle Hirsch, 31 on 9 carries so far today.
Pistol formation. Hirsch up the middle. He's bottled up. He don't think he got there. He didn't. He's a yard short. Hastings has come to play today.
All right, decision time. It's 3rd and 1. You got about a yard to go. You're at the 47-yard line in your own territory. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it here, Steve.
4th down and 1. The offense stays on the field. They're down 10-0 here, second quarter, 12:40 and counting, and it looks like they're going to go for it. Maybe try to draw them offside. Ball at the 47-yard line, 15 on the play clock. Riken leads them up, sends 2 men out either side. They spread the field. Hirsch to the right of his quarterback. Here comes the blitz. Quarterback keeper, Riken in trouble, and he's sacked. That play went nowhere. 2-yard loss on the play. Didn't fool anybody, and the Broncos get the ball. They turn it over on downs, and they'll have it in Lancer territory.
Yeah, it was a delayed draw the Lancers drew up by the quarterback there. He got it, looked to his right, and faked that he was going to throw, and then turned up field to run. And by the time he had turned up field, there were already dudes in the backfield looking to tackle him. That play, as you said, went nowhere.
And
That's a big one. Now it's a turnover on downs, and Hastings has a chance to maybe go up 3 possessions here with a short field.
Yeah, and we're early in the game, but boy, Hastings, a team that has struggled over the last 5 games, they're playing like a house of fire today. Shotgun set, first down, and here comes Kulacek into the game, and he wants to throw the long ball down the middle of the field. Incomplete, tipped away by Oliver at the 15-yard line. That was intended for Quay Hill, and that was a little bit behind the receiver, but the DB, Oliver, had the better play on the football.
Yeah, you could see he was a little upset after knocking that ball down. I think he wanted to get that pick, just couldn't quite get around to it.
So Kulacek comes in. He's thrown for over 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Quarterback draw, big hole up the middle, across the 30, tripped at the 29-yard line on the quarterback draw. Oliver on the tackle, but moved the chains. The Broncos, a team that has really struggled over the last month plus, but they're playing much better football today than Mount Marty. They're up 10-0 here in the second quarter. They're on the move again. They've gone to their backup quarterback who started a good chunk of the year. Hands off to Ray, 1-yard gain up the middle, and that's all. Kudlacik, 116 of 221 coming into the day, 1,217 yards. That's 53%, 9 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. But he's fumbled the ball 11 times, lost 5 of them. That's why he's been relegated to a backup role. 2 receivers either side. He'll look to his left, throw the home run ball down the sideline, got a man, and it is going to be caught. Incomplete! Fouts caught it on the sideline on the left side, but his feet were out of bounds. Incomplete. The official was standing right there.
Yeah, it was on the far side of the field for us, but we still had a decent view of it. He caught that ball over the shoulder, and he got the left foot down. I could see him throw that one down, but it was on the white of the out-of-bounds line. Just could not get it in play. That was close.
That was close. That was a well-thrown ball, but just a little too far to the outside. And now, what's here? I think the challenge flag has come. Yes, the challenge flag is on the field. With 11:10 left to go here in the second quarter, it's 10-0 Hastings on top, and they are going to challenge the ruling of an incomplete pass on the field. So this is a huge play. If this gets overturned, then Mount Marty's going to be down 16-0, potentially 17. This is a huge, huge call, and they will move down, the officials running down to the replay booth. That's down by the south end zone here at Lloyd Wilson Field. Overcast skies, 47. Winds have gusted up to 20 miles an hour here today, but not too bad overall. Flags are flapping in the breeze here. as the officials will take a look at it on the far sideline. Now, again, did they have the good camera angle? They're showing it on the big replay board here at Lloyd Wilson Field, but the camera was across the way.
Yeah, you cannot see it from that angle. The camera's on our side of the field, and it's on the far side of the field, and it's kind of pylon view, basically. You need something on that side of the field to see if he actually got his feet in bounds. If that is the only angle that we have, this call is going to stand, because there's just nothing showing that he's got it in.
Not that we can see as we watch.
Not that we can see. Like, if that's the only angle, then it'll stand. Hopefully they have more angles to get a better look at this one.
11-10 left to go, second quarter. Hastings up 10-0. They threw the ball to the end zone. It was ruled incomplete, but the challenge flag got thrown out there by head coach Matt Franzen, and that's what the officials were looking at. And now they are coming back to the middle of the field. They have made no indication yet. Rodney Brungart is our official for today's game. He'll go over and talk to Coach Franzen on the near sideline here.
Franzen's clapping his hands. He seems happy.
I think it's going to stand.
Oh, no, he's just trying to fire up his team. He's just trying to fire him up, clapping.
So the timeout has been assessed. So the challenge was lost. Timeout assessed to Hastings. The call will stand. Incomplete. 3rd down and 9. Ball back at the 28-yard line of the Lancers. 2 receivers split out either side. Ray to the left of his quarterback. Kudlachik in the shotgun set. Straight ball back. Blitz coming. Pass thrown. Incomplete. And, boy, the pressure was coming from Carlstead and also from Devon Williams on the blitz. But a penalty flag is down. Are they going to throw roughing the passer?
Penalty flag was thrown well after the play. He just dropped that just a second ago. Like, they about had the ball spotted by the time the penalty flag was thrown.
Pressure was coming as...
We might see intentional grounding here. That ball did not get back to the line of scrimmage. He was still in the pocket, but was there a receiver in the area?
I didn't see one, to be honest. I don't... That's got to... If that's any penalty, that is got to be...
got to be grounding.
Got intentional grounding, and it is. So that's going to be a loss of down in additional to the yardage loss. And that, I believe, has taken Hastings out of field goal range.
Yeah, it's going to be tough there. The long is 39 for Sailors, which is no joke. That is pretty good, but this is going to put it in the 50s in terms of field goal. They're backing all the way up to
and the wind's coming
44.
out of the south, and the punter,
there's no way.
Yeah, Trayvon Shaw is out on the field. He'll stand at his own 40-yard line. Line of scrimmage is the Lancer 44.
This would actually be a 61-yard field goal. Yeah, they're punting.
Yeah, even in the NFL with the wind in the face, that'd be a difficult one. Good punt down the sideline. It's going to bounce at the 5, and it tumbles into the end zone. Oh, there were 2 Broncos there, and it just took an odd bounce in between a couple of men, and it darts in the end zone. That's a break for Mount Marty. They were going to be pinned inside the 5, but they'll get it at the 20.
Yeah, they should have been pinned right at about the 2-yard line, but that oblong shape of the football, it just bounces weird. It just does, and it broke the ankles of one of the Broncos and finds its way into the end zone. That was a good punt, but just bounced weird at the end.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. Want top quality meat at great prices? Head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. 1st down and 10 Lancers. They've got some work to do, down 10-0. The offense has kind of been spinning their wheels. Hart's up the middle on the running play on 1st down. He'll get 4 yards out to the 24-yard line. Lancers do have the wind at their back here in quarter number 2. Wind's kind of out of the south. It has been gusting up to 20 miles per hour. 2 receivers split out to the right, 1 to the left. Pistol formation on 2nd and 6. Reichen hands off. No, he won't. He'll keep it. Run to his right. Dodge 1 man. Go up the middle, and he'll get close to the 30-yard line. Depends on the spot.
The officials seem to disagree on where it's at, too. One of them has it at the 30, the other one has it at the 29, and I think they're going to go with the 29, so this will be 3rd and 1.
3rd and 1 coming up for Mount Marty.
Yep, they put it on the 29. They need the 30 for the 1st down.
10 minutes left to go until halftime. 10-0 Hastings is our score. Malachi Hart's in the game at running back in the pistol formation. They'll hand it to him. Up the middle, he'll have the first down, just a little bit more out to the 32, but that's good enough to move the chains. First down, Lancers. Their offense has really struggled so far today here in Hastings, Nebraska. Cloudy skies, 47 at the moment.
Now, they've ran the football okay. They're sitting around 54 yards in the ground, but passing yards, 2.
Reichen loads up, throws the long ball down the middle of the field to Fitzgerald, bounces off his shoulder, incomplete at the 30-yard line. It might have been tipped by one of the defensive backs who was there helping out. And that, I think, was Wyatt Russell, who might have gotten a hand on that.
He absolutely did. I had a good look at that one. He had that one nearly in his hands for the pick. It just went through his hands, and then it was tipped just a little bit to where it kind of affected the trajectory of the football. It went into Trevor Fitzgerald's shoulder instead of that breadbasket instead. It was nearly picked, but a pass defense in the book for him. Second down.
From the 32-yard line of the Lancers, they'll put Fitzgerald in motion. Handoff, Hartz up the middle, runs into trouble right away, got 2 yards, and that's all. Boy, Lancers trying to run the ball up the middle, and it just has not worked.
No, it is not. Now it's 3rd and long once again, 3rd and 8, and the Lancers throwing the football once again. Reichen is 1 of 4 for 2 yards and 1 interception. Hastings' pass defense has been really good to start this game.
And that was one of the areas
they struggle,
where they have struggled pretty much all year long. It'll be an empty backfield. Now Hirsch will move to stand to the left of his quarterback. Now over on the right-hand side, 2 receivers either side. 4-man coming for Hastings. Reichen in the pocket, has time. Now he's got to scramble out to his left. Wants to throw. He'll have to scramble, and he'll be pushed out of bounds at the 36. Penalty flag down.
Oh, they might have hit him late as he was out of bounds. A penalty flag right on that sideline where Reichen went out of bounds. This is, I'm betting this got to be a late hit.
I would think so, as Reichen is back up on his feet.
And they just can't do that. He was well short of the first down marker. That on 3rd down, Hastings had just got off the field, and they're going to give the Lancers free yardage.
Wait for the signal. Oh, they picked up the flag.
Oh, they're picking it up. All right. Well, they did get off the field then. The punt unit's probably going to have to come on because this is going to be 4th and 4 in their own territory.
Boy, the Lancers offense has just really done nothing so far today. And you're talking about facing a team that's near the bottom of the conference in defense, and they have just struggled. And out comes Jack Finder to punt it away with 8:32 left to go, second quarter. Hastings up 10-0. Marsh back deep to receive the punt around his own 28-yard line. Finder stands near his own 25. High snap brought down, pressure applied. It's a good punt. Marsh runs up, fair catch at the 34-yard line. That's where Hastings will have it, 1st and 10. Marty Football brought to you today by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or beginning farmer, we work hard to find the lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. And it'll be Kulachik at quarterback. He's out of Hastings, Nebraska, hometown kid, a sophomore. Splitting time with Campbell at quarterback. Campbell played the first quarter. Kulachik playing here in the second quarter. Tight formation. Pitch play, fumble by Molina. He covers up back at the 29-yard line. Abel Molina in the game, the freshman out of Kearney, tried a pitch play to the right side, and that was near disaster for the Broncos.
Yeah, there's those fumbles we've talked about. They've had a lot of those. They didn't lose that one. That's lucky for them, but I believe that'll be the 26th total fumble on the season.
They lost 5 yards on the play, 2nd down and 15, 2 receivers either side. Bubble screen, Nappy across the 30, tackled at the 35-yard line by Lambeth.
They'll get the yardage back they lost on the previous play, plus 1 extra yard, but that still brings up 3rd and 9. Lancers have a chance to get off the field and get it right back in the hands of their offense.
7:40 and counting, second quarter. Hastings up 10-0. 3rd and 9 for the Broncos. They operate left to right on your radio dial. 2 receivers out either side. 4 men coming. Kulachik, pocket, collapses, scrambles. He wants to run to the 35, to the 40, has the first down at the 45 and is down at the 47-yard line. They could not contain the scrambling quarterback, and the Broncos move the chains.
Yeah, they had a guy on a spy out there, and Josh Pickthorne. He came up to make that tackle, but the running back for Hastings was also out there as a lead blocker, was able to put the block on Pickthorne. Quarterback goes the other way, first down.
Out of the shotgun set. It'll be Molina running to his right, has a hole across the 50 to the 40 to the 35, pushed out of bounds near the 30-yard line. Penalty flag thrown back at the 46-yard line. Got a feeling this one's coming back.
Yeah, looks like the official near us was motioning, holding to the white hat official.
Yep, and Jaden Lawrence, the right tackle, was kind of throwing his arms up in the air, holding on the offense, and they'll tack Lawrence with that. The junior out of Elizabeth, Colorado, moved the ball back 10 yards from the spot of the infraction, back into Hastings territory at the 45-yard line. That's where it'll be placed. It'll be first down and about a dozen. 6:53 left to go here in the second quarter. Hastings up 10-0. Two receivers to the left, one out to the right, shotgun set. It'll be Ray running to the right, has a hole across midfield to the 45, the 40, cuts back to the middle at the 30, to the 25, the 20, down there, the 15-yard line. A big run for Josh Ray. That's his longest run of the year. And once again, the Broncos are in the red zone. Huge play. And the Broncos set it up with the shotgun set, 1st and 10. Ball inside the 15 near the 13. Ray up the middle, tackled for a loss. Two white jerseys there, Pickthorne, Carlstead.
We can go over that red zone percentage again for this Hastings team. In the red zone, they are at the bottom of the conference, and 58% of the time they get a score. Only 46% of the time do they get into the end zone. Lancer defense really needs to hold here, at least hold to 3, still to keep it a 2-possession game. This has not been a good start for the Lancers. Keeping it 2 possessions here would be a win.
Option play, Ray to the right side, gets to the sideline, and only at about the 15-yard line. And he'll bring up 3rd down and long. That long run by Ray credited for 36 yards. His previous long was 22 on the season. The ball's at the 14-yard line, 3rd down and 10. So they lost a couple, got a couple of back there. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ray to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 4 men coming for the Lancers. They get to the quarterback. He slips away, wants to run, but he's going to be tackled, and it'll be behind the line of scrimmage back at the 16-yard line. Lambeth was in on the tackle.
Yeah, Pickthorne as well, both the 2 middle linebackers able to get that tackle for loss, and we go to 4th down. The Lancers defense holds, and now the field goal unit comes on.
Well, Marty Football today brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. This will be about a 33-yard attempt from the middle of the field. Low snap brought in. Kick on the way. It is good. 4:20 left to go. Hastings is up here in the second quarter, 13-0. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
If it's time to review the look of the signage at your business, let Mayor Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including lit, non-lit, digital, and much more. They also do logo creation and vehicle wraps. Their technicians arrive on site fully equipped to get the installation done with quality workmanship. With the latest tools and technology, Mayor Signs provides high-quality installation service for any sign. Contact Mayor Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton.
That last scoring drive, 7 plays, 50 yards, 3:53 time of possession. Hastings with a 33-yard field goal by Xander Salyers And it's 13-0. It's been all Hastings here today on Senior Day for the Broncos.
Yeah, it's been pretty much a nightmare start for the Lancer offense. Defense has been kind of put in some tough situations here today. The Lancer offense is running the football. They got 63 yards in the ground, but throwing the football 2 yards through the air.
Short kickoff, and it'll be collected, and it'll be a fair catch by Ogle at the 33-yard line. And that's where the Lancers will have it, first down and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Lewis and Clark Ford. They're a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. You can visit them at 4th and Capitol, or you can go online, lewisandclarkford.com. So the Lancers have the football. I believe it'll be at around the 33-yard line.
Yeah, they're discussing this for a moment. Now they spot the football, yes.
At the 33. First down and 10 Lancers. They've got to get some points before halftime. They will get the football to start the third quarter of play. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Here comes Fitzgerald in motion. Screen pass. Over the head, incomplete of Hirsch. He was around the 38-yard line. And, boy, the struggles of Rugby Riken continue. Bring up second down and 10. Oh, I'm sorry. Hastings will get the football to start the third quarter of play.
Yeah, the Lancers really at this point, they're just trying not to give it back to Hastings. You don't want Hastings to have the chance to go 2 for 1, especially when they're already leading this ball game 13-0. You want to take a lot of time off the clock here and get some points.
Second down and 10. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Riken dropping back, has time in the pocket, steps up, wants to throw. Incomplete through the fingertips of Vegans at the 40-yard line.
Yeah, that one, want to say different, but that's just a straight drop there. He had it in his hands. It goes through him. It was a little cold today, the coldest game they've played this season, but it's 50 degrees with a light wind.
Yeah, the wind is making it.
The wind will make it a little colder, but it's still warm enough that got to catch those.
Third down and 10. Clock stops, 4:09, second quarter. Hastings up 13-0 on Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here at Lloyd Wilson Field. Riken drops back, play action, has time. Going to roll out, runs into trouble, rolls out again to his left, trying to keep the play alive, loads up, and he'll be sacked back behind the line of scrimmage at the 27-yard line. Good coverage downfield as nobody could get open for Mount Marty.
And Riken had his eyes downfield the entire time. He's spinning away, avoiding sacks, rolling to his left, still trying to get it rolling, stops, looks to throw one more time, and just has to pull it down for the sack because nobody got open.
Fourth down coming up, about 17 yards to go. Ball back at the 27. Finder will punt it away, standing at his own 12. High snap brought down. Good punt, high punt. He'll bounce and take a Lancer bounce right to Marsh at the 30-yard line, runs to his left, and gets shoved out of bounds. Brock Lubers on the tackle.
I think we're going to see a penalty on Hastings here. Number 37 for that Hastings ball club, Peter Canceleta, I believe, the freshman defensive back, had a hold of one of the Lancers, and I think we might actually see holding on the return team as he was pushing him, trying to push him into the football. There was a flag thrown right after that.
Clock stops, 3:12 left to go, quarter number 2. The officials will talk about it. They've been pretty busy here as the sun peeking out behind the clouds, holding on the return team. And that will back up the Broncos, give them first down, so they're going to march it from the 32 back to the 22-yard line. Wow, it has been cloudy all day, but the sun peeking out of the clouds. Lights are still on here. We'll see how long the sunshine lasts.
That's nice. Maybe it'll warm it up here for a little bit for these players.
Yeah, about 95% of the field bathed in sunlight, and that just happened here in the last 20 seconds or so. And Kudlachik in at quarterback. Check that. They've gone back to Campbell. Bubble screen out to the right side, and that is on the catches right. Jason on right, and he'll be shoved out of bounds near the 25-yard line, short gain of only about 3 yards on the play.
Now, you mentioned how quick the sun came out. It came out in about the duration of that play lasted. It was 10 seconds, and all of a sudden the sun was here. It was weird.
4-man front. Straight drop back pass. Caught. Nappy at the 31-yard line. That's where he'll step out of bounds. Actually going to put him back at the 30, but it makes it manageable. 3rd down and 2. Yeah, it was overcast on my drive all the way here.
Oh, yeah.
It was just been, you're just looking at the clouds all day, and wow, sunshine. We haven't seen this in quite some time. Of course, the weather back up in southeast South Dakota has been very cloudy the last few days. 4-man front, straight drop back. Campbell looking to throw over the middle. Incomplete at the 40. They were setting up the middle screen to Ray. It was too far, and that was almost intercepted.
Yeah, Pickthorn had a beat on that ball, just couldn't get there real quick. It was just a few yards ahead of him. Now they got to punt it away. Lancers will get it back with 2:36 on the clock before halftime. They've got to do something with the football. Those passing stats, we talked about them all game long, but 2 yards through the air for the Lancers, and that is all, and it was on a check down.
Considering the game Riken had last weekend.
And the week before.
And now you're facing a defense that's very questionable against the pass. Low punt or low snap, short punt. He got it away, not very far. Bounces at the 40, and everyone runs away from it. Smart play by the Lancers. It wasn't blocked, but it rolls only to midfield. Short punt as that snap was low to the punter, Trayvon Shaw, who managed to get it away just barely. And I think Hastings, all things considered, will take that punt to midfield. But now, Mount Marty, with all their timeouts, and the 2-minute timeout coming up. That's new to college football this year, so it's effectively they got 4 timeouts. They've got the ball at midfield. They've got the wind at their back. It's 1st down and 10. Riken comes up, shotgun set. Hirsch in at running back. Fitzgerald in motion from left to right. Riken wants the ball. He'll hand it off. Hirsch, right side, hit right away, and he'll get 2 yards to the 48, and that is all. And it looks like Mount Marty was just going to play it safe on that 1st down play. They're not coming to the line of scrimmage very quickly, so this may take the clock to the 2-minute timeout, and it will. 2 minutes left to go, first half. Hastings 13, Mount Marty nothing. We're back to finish out this second quarter in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
Move with Mason Schramm with the Move Group. Home ownership is one of the most straightforward paths to building wealth. So making a smart home buying decision is important, and so is understanding how much your home is worth. Don't use online calculators or guesstimates. Use a professional team that understands the local market and can guide you on a smart purchase and maximize your home's equity. Contact me, Mason Schramm, and make the move with Mason and the Move Group.
Move with Mason.
What is Agility Plus? It's the new Medicare supplement Plan G coverage from Avera Health Plans that gives you more.
More benefits at a lower cost.
More comprehensive coverage like physicals plus heart, vascular, and hearing screenings.
That's the Avera Health Plan's new Medicare supplement Agility Plus Plan G. Contact your local agent or request a quote online. AveraHealthPlans.com/Medicare. Network restrictions apply with select plans. A Plan G policy may not cover all of your medical expenses. Neither Avera Health Plans nor its agents are connected with Medicare or state or federal government.
Back here now in a sunny Hastings, Nebraska. 2 minutes left to go until halftime. The home team, Hastings, on top of Mount Marty, 13-0. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. 2nd down and 8. Out of the shotgun. Riken, play action. Drops back. Loads up. Throws the home run ball down the sideline into coverage. Incomplete. Penalty flag down. That was intended for Hansen at the 10-yard line.
The defensive back had a hold of Hansen, no doubt about it. Gio Mendoza is going to get called for that one. Had a hold of him on the front of his jersey and was kind of just grabbed him, had a hold of him as he was going to knock that ball down. I'm not sure if it'll be holding or pass interference, but either way.
Pass interference. For 15 yards from the line of scrimmage, automatic 1st down. Moves the ball to the 33-yard line of the Broncos. I believe from Mount Marty, I think this is about as far as they've been into Hastings territory. They've been on their side of the midfield stripe most of this game so far. Now they have an opportunity. Pistol formation. 1st and 10. Blitz coming. Handoff. Hirsch up the middle. Tackled right away. No gain.
The first downs the Lancers have gotten, there've been few and far between, but a lot of them have come through penalties.
And I believe Mount Marty is going to spend timeout number 1. That's what Rodney Brungart was signaling. Clock stops at the minute 42.
No,
is Hastings calling the timeout?
I'm not. There shouldn't be one. This is not a situation for a timeout. Both teams are still out there. I'm not sure what he was signaling there. There's no flag assessed.
Unless
There's no
somebody had to
timeout
leave
taken.
the field because the helmet came off. I didn't
Maybe.
see anybody, but.
Not sure what was going on there, but either way, we return 2nd and 10.
All right, 2nd down and 10. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Play action. Riken looking, wants to throw, outlet. Hirsch at the 30, and he will lean forward and get out of bounds near the 26-yard line. That should stop the clock, and it does with a minute 33 left. Sets up a manageable 3rd down and about 3 yards to go. Ball at the 26-yard line. They need to get to the 23 for a 1st down. 2 receivers split out to the right, 1 to the left. Now Vegans clears out. He's over on the left side as well. Shotgun set. Riken dropping back, looking, throws down the middle, got a man open, and it's Fitzgerald, and he is pulled down. Penalty flags fly all over.
Yeah, they kind of had to. Austin Velasco, the defensive back, that's Blake Vaughn, the senior defensive back there, just got beat by Trevor Fitzgerald, and that was one of those situations where that's a touchdown if he doesn't commit a penalty. So you take the lesser of the two evils, you commit the penalty, and it's 15 yards for the Lancers instead of a touchdown. Because once again, without the penalty, that's 6 points for the Lancers. That's what some DBs are trained to do. You commit the penalty, get the touchdown off the board, you give up 15 yards, but you live to fight another day.
1st down, Mount Marty. Minute 26 left here until halftime. The ball's put down at the 11-yard line, so that makes it interesting because Mount Marty could get a 1st down if they get it to the 1-yard line. They have the wind at their back. Hart's in the game at running back now. Pistol formation. Heath in motion now. He's a wingback on the left-hand side. Handoff. Hart's up the middle. Runs into traffic. Gets inside the 10, but only got 2 yards, and that's all. 2nd down coming up. Hirsch in. Hart's will probably check out at the running back position. Minute 10 left, and the clock has stopped. We have an injured player. It is a Lancer player.
I think that's Malachi Hartz.
It is Malachi Hartz. He's down at the 10-yard line. They're examining his left leg around the ankle.
Well, the good news is he's up, and he's going to come off the field with a limp, but he is coming off the field under his own power.
That is a good thing to see.
Yeah,
but
quick examination of him.
Mount Marty football today, brought to you in part by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. 2nd down and 8 coming up. Ball at the 9-yard line. Clock stops with a minute 10 left. Mount Marty still has all 3 timeouts left. Got plenty of time to work with. They need to get a touchdown on this drive. This is a golden opportunity for them. They're down 13-0. Yep. 10-second runoff.
Yep.
So they'll save the timeout. 10-second runoff.
That's actually good news for the Lancers. You want less time on the clock here because you want to score with as little time remaining so Hastings can't go down the field.
Yep, so that should move the clock to 1 minute even left to go. They're still waiting for it to be adjusted here up in the press box. 13-0. Now they've got it adjusted. Here as we're winding down the second quarter. Hastings up 13-0. Mount Marty on the move in the red zone. Pitch play. Hirsch to the right side. He's going to be tumbled down at the 6-yard line. Short gain on the play. Let's see if Mount Marty maybe wants to spend a timeout. They will not. Clock keeps running. 40 seconds. 3rd down and about 6 coming up. They're at the 7-yard line. If they get to the 1, it's a 1st down.
Wouldn't be surprised if they let this one go down quite a ways in the clock.
See if they're in 4-down territory. Riken rolls out to his right. He's going to scramble. He's going to run, and he's hit hard at the 2-yard line. And a timeout has been called by John Micheletti with 14 seconds left.
Rugby Riken got his bell rung hard on that one. That young quarterback took a high shot, and he's coming off the field slowly after the timeout. 14 seconds to go. That will make it interesting here. That scramble will make it 4th and short. We'll see if the Lancers decide to settle for 3 and go into the locker room or try it on 4th down. Big decision.
We'll keep it here during this timeout. It's being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. So they want to reset the clock. 14 seconds left. Or did they charge? No, did they? Game clock, 16 seconds. So they're going to put 2 more seconds back on the clock.
Yep. Lancers did take 1 timeout. They still have 1 remaining, so the entirety of the field is still open to play if they decide to go for it on 4th. It's truly just a matter of what they decide to do here. I would not be surprised if they just kick this one and try and go into overtime or try to go to halftime.
Well, it looks like the offense is staying out there, and it is. So they're going to go for it here.
They went for it on 4th down once before in this ball game on their own side of the field. They did not get it.
Boy, you're rolling the dice here. You're down by 2 scores. You have 15 seconds on the clock. 1 timeout. I thought they would have 2 timeouts, but they're going to go for it here. They're at the 2-yard line. 4th and 1. Hirsch to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Double tight end set. Straight drop back. Throws to the corner of the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Trey Hansen!
They say he's out of bounds.
How is he out of bounds?
He came down with it on top of the defender is what they're saying. He came down on top of the defender and then rolled off the defender. He was shoved out of bounds. If that stands, what an incredible play by the Hastings DB, because Trey Hansen came down on top of his body, and then he was thrown out of bounds before he hit the ground. Now, from my angle, I thought he had 1 foot down as he fell on top of the DB. They're 100% going to be reviewing this one.
Well, Hansen's touchdown.
Touchdown, okay. Now they've switched it.
Call's been reversed.
Now
Touchdown.
they switch it. Ooh, that'd have been an incredible play for Hastings, but I didn't think he was fully on top of the man.
Well, he had possession. He was in the end zone. Otherwise, you could just carry a guy and throw him out of bounds, technically. But no, that was clearly a touchdown. And now Jack Finder, with 10 seconds left to go, will try the point after kick. High snap, brought down, kick on the way. It is good. With 10 seconds left to go until halftime, it is 13-7. Hastings on top of Mount Marty. Finally, the Lancers get on the scoreboard. That scoring drive, 7 plays, 50 yards, 2:13 time of possession. We have a penalty flag that was thrown.
Yeah, there's a penalty flag on the defense there. Lancers decline it, and they'll just take the field goal. So Hastings, with 10 seconds left in the first half, is going to receive this kick from Mount Marty. They'll likely either just run it once or kneel it, and we'll be going to the locker room. Lancers get on the board to end that first half. A tough first half of Lancer football. They've got to be happy this is only a 6-point game.
Yes, the Hastings has clearly outplayed Mount Marty here in this first half. As we keep it here during the break, as Jack Finder will tee it up and kick it off. We'll have the halftime show in just a little bit here, unless there's some crazy things that happen here in the final 10 seconds.
Speaking of crazy things, shout out Noah McDermott, the holder for the Mount Marty Lancer team on that field goal attempt. That high snap, he got that down quick, fast, and in a hurry. Spun the laces out. It was good.
Yep, it was a great play on that point after touchdown, and the kickoff sails into the end zone. That'll be the automatic touchback. And I think you're right. Hastings will probably just take a knee here and
they should
go into the locker room up by a score of 13-7. We'll have a lot on tap for you for the halftime show that's being brought to you by Parker Hannafin. We'll get you scores from around the GPAC. And I don't know if we'll have any finals just yet, probably some second half scores. And we'll get you updated on major college football as well. We'll have a lot for you here as there's going to be the safety formation here as the quarterback takes a knee. And that is Cassius Campbell. We head to the halftime break. Hastings up 13-7 on Mount Marty. This halftime report coming up after the break will be brought to you by Parker Hannafin. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football. You are listening to KYNT.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty. So have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we've got a lot to cheer about in Yankton. Fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with our quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty, and the Bronco. Our star running back, see our team at lewisandclarkford.com or stop by our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
Your car needs attention, and you don't want to wait. Well, now you don't have to. At Les Schwab Tires, same-day service is now available. So if you've got a flat tire, need an oil change, or your car isn't riding as smoothly as it should, just stop by your nearest Les Schwab or go to leschwab.com and book an appointment. We'll get you in, get you out, and get you back on the road in no time. Les Schwab Tires. Get more from less. See additional terms and conditions at leschwab.com/same-day.
And welcome to the halftime show for Mount Marty football here from Lloyd Wilson Field in Hastings, Nebraska. It's senior day for the Hastings Broncos, and they're up 13-7 here at the intermission. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Our halftime show being presented by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All beginning on day one. Learn more at parker.com. A slow start, to say the least, offensively for the Lancers. They were back on their heels, and the Broncos definitely won the battle of field position. It seemed like every time Hastings started with the football, they were near midfield. When Mount Marty was starting with the football most of the first half, they were back around their own 10 and 15-yard line, and Hastings just took advantage of that, and they definitely outplayed Mount Marty in that first half.
Yeah, they did. They really, really did. And when you take a look at the stats, it backs up everything you just said. First off, we'll start it off with the total offense for Hastings. Not bad at all. 33 total plays, 179 total yards. For the Lancers, under 80 yards of offense in the first half. Wow. 79 yards of offense on 35 plays. 35 plays, 79 yards of offense. That is just over 2 yards a play. Cannot happen. Rushing yards, 67 in the first half. 67 of the 79 for the Lancers on 27 ground attempts. Still not great, still averaging just about 2 yards a carry for the Lancers, just over. But passing yards, that is where it's really been interesting. This is, once again, a team in Hastings that is at the bottom of the conference in terms of yards allowed through the air. They are sitting 11th. 12 passing yards in this first half for the Lancers. 3 of 8 is Rugby Riken. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. That 1 touchdown came on 4th down right at the end of this half to Trey Hansen. That play, a very bright spot on a dismal first half. But Lancers, once again, they've got to be happy to be trailing by only 6 right now after that offensive production in the first half. If they're able to switch that up, if they're able to turn that around, they're going to be fine. But they've got to turn it around.
They have to find a way. And you got to tip your hat to Hastings. This is a team that has just struggled mightily over the last month plus, but they have seemed to put it all together here. And they are down several of their key players who are out with injuries, mainly Ethan Wilborn, their top wide receiver, and Devin Brady, who has really come on strong late in the season at running back. But they're out. They're not available today. But they're finding other players that have made contributions. Let's talk about the Broncos, stat-wise.
Yeah, let's talk about them. First off, 2 different quarterbacks we have seen in this game. We knew that was going to happen. Cassius Campbell, 9 of 13, throwing the ball for 86 yards. Actually not playing bad at all is the young quarterback there, only 4 incompletions. Carson Kulajek, 1 of 3 for 11 yards. Running the ball, Kulajek has 4 rushing attempts for 15 yards. Campbell has 1 for -1. Josh Ray running the football, 11 ground attempts for 62 yards and a score today. Colton Wademan, 1 rushing attempt for 6 yards. Receiving for Hastings, Jake Bargan, 1 for 26. Jay-Sean Wright, 2 for 13. Eli Nappy, 5 for 45. Josh Ray, 1 for 11. And Duncan Fouts, 1 for 2. Those individual stats for Marty, by the way. Rugby Riken, 7 rushing attempts for 15 yards. Kyle Hirsch, 13 for 36. Trevor Fitzgerald, 1 for 1. Malachi Hartz, 6 rushing attempts for 15 yards. 3 catches today by receivers, 1 by Trey Hansen for 3 yards in that score. Kyle Hirsch had 2 checkdowns he caught from the running back for 9 yards.
And the stat update brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? We'll head over to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. 13-7. That's our score. Hastings on top of Mount Marty here at the break. This is the Parker Hannafin halftime show. We had sunshine out for a moment there towards the end of the second quarter, but the clouds have returned. The lights are on here at Lloyd Wilson Stadium. It is a dark, cloudy November day, winds out of the south. They have been gusting up to 20 miles per hour at times. Not really that major effect in the game so far, but yeah, what you would expect for a overcast November day here in the upper Midwest. That's what we have here in Hastings, Nebraska today. It is halftime, and I tell you what, while we got a moment here, why don't we check some scores from around the Great Plains Athletic Conference, and our scoreboard update brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. Tehl, what do you got?
Yeah, we got final scores in every other game around the conference. We'll run through them. Dakota Wesleyan beats Briar Cliff in Mitchell today, 35-7. Morningside, dominant performance in Forest City. They beat Waldorf 70-7. Welcome to the conference. Midland over Doane, 24-0. Doane is the opponent for the Lancers next week. They get shut out at home against Midland today, 24-0 final. Northwestern at Dordt, the big one of the day. One of the lowest scoring games you will see in college football in any game this season. 3-0 was the final. Northwestern won at Dordt. Northwestern kept their playoff hopes alive, winning at Dordt. This is going to be an interesting one in terms of seeding and what happens with this.
That is
3-0 was the final score.
And remember, what was it? Was it 13-7 last week?
I believe so. Yeah.
That was
Morningside Dordt.
Morningside Dordt last week. So, what's this about those high-powered offenses in college football today? It looks like defense is ruling the day. We got a couple of scores from major college football. We're going to take a moment to pass along to you. Ohio State rolled by Purdue today, 45-0 the final there. It was Georgia Tech upsetting number 4 Miami, 28-23 the final. The Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech knocks off previously unbeaten Miami. Final, Texas steamrolls by Florida, 49-17. Those are scores from top 25 college football. In the Big Ten, it was Rutgers beating Minnesota 26-19. Those are the final scores. Moving over to the Big 12, one final in. West Virginia beats Cincinnati 31-24. In progress, near halftime, Kansas taking it to number 17 Iowa State 28-10. That score near halftime. Checking out Missouri Valley. It's wow. You see the USD score.
I see it.
49-0. The Coyotes late in the fourth quarter are clobbering Indiana State.
Indiana State's not a pushover either. They're receiving
votes.
No,
they're a team near 500. And let's see here. We've got South Dakota State ahead of North Dakota late in the fourth quarter, 38-7. It's late in the fourth quarter. Illinois State leading at Northern Iowa, 31-9. Missouri State rolling it up on poor Murray State, 56-31. Welcome to the Mo Valley Murray State. And Youngstown State, they lost to Southern Illinois. Southern Illinois beats the Penguins by a score of 37-33. And that scoreboard update brought to you by Gerstner Oil. Here at the break in Hastings, Nebraska, Senior Day, 13-7. Broncos on top of the Lancers. And who are we going to be talking to at halftime today?
Yeah, we're talking mission scholars. Our own Jeff Erickson sat down with Lauren Stiefvater to talk about mission scholars and what that means at Mount Marty.
All right, that's coming up after the break here. This is the Parker Hannafin Halftime Show. Broncos on top of the Lancers, 13-7. Back with that interview after this timeout right here on KYNT.
Enjoy some Yankton hospitality at the Fairfield Inn and Suites or the Holiday Inn Express. As the newest hotel in Yankton, the Fairfield offers you a comfortable, relaxing stay in modern rooms. For business travelers, Fairfield is the perfect place to rest after a long day of work or use their meeting room for small meetings. The Holiday Inn Express features large family rooms, hot breakfast, and free happy hour. To get a great rate and flexible reservation changes for either hotel, call the Fairfield or Holiday Inn Express direct.
Looking for an easy way to travel? Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Upcoming Christmas tours include Branson on November 17th to 22nd, features Christmas shows like the Grand Jubilee Buffet Dinner and Show, Showboat Branson Bell Dinner Cruise, and so much more. On December 6th to 8th, it's a musical Christmas in the Twin Cities area featuring the White Christmas and the Chanhassen Dinner Theater, and shopping at Mall of America. For more on Foreman Charter Tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Quality tarps shipped today. Get back to work faster with Sherco's Express Tarps program. Convenient same-day shipping on replacement tarps designed to fit the most common trailer makes and models. Manufactured with superior quality materials, workmanship, and customer service, Sherco Express Tarps will have you back in the field and on the road in no time. For additional details and to learn more, give us a call at 1-800-474-8756 or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
At Pizza Ranch, your favorite pizza is just a request away. This is Mike with Yankton Pizza Ranch, and every day you can enjoy the buffet your way. Step 1, ask for your favorite pizza at the counter, and we'll bake it fresh just for you. Step 2, get the first slice hot out of the oven. Step 3, rejoice and repeat. It's everyone's favorite buffet, Monday through Friday, 11 to 1:30, and 5 to 8, Saturday and Sunday, 11 to 8.
Whoa, that's good.
All right, back here on the Halftime Show, brought to you today by Parker Hannafin. Day one of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All beginning day one. Learn more at parker.com. This halftime interview brought to you by Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff, attorneys at law in Yankton. Let's go to our halftime interview now. Our own Jeff Erickson sat down this week talking mission scholars at Mount Marty University with one of their seniors in Lauren Stiefvater. Lauren Stiefvater in the booth talking with Jeff Erickson. Here is that interview.
So mission scholars, the topic today. We welcome back, I don't know how many times now, but I'm beginning to recognize her when I see her, Lauren Stiefvater, a senior from Salem, South Dakota. How many times have you been on with us here now?
I think this might be my third or fourth.
Well, you must be enjoying it. You keep coming back.
That is very true.
How is it possible you're a senior already? That's a kind of a blur.
It is, yeah. I know, it's hard to believe.
Mount Marty experience has been a good one for you.
Absolutely.
So a senior from Salem, let us know what you're majoring in, and if you could just take out the crystal ball, what's up in life for you next year when you're not a Mount Marty student anymore?
Well, I am a senior math education major with minors in special ed and theology, so I'm currently student teaching at Sacred Heart Middle School. I have no idea where next year's going to take me at this point, but we'll see where the Lord takes me.
But I bet you have faith that it's going to be good.
Oh yeah, there's something big waiting for me.
Working with middle schoolers. Wow. I wish I had an award to give you here this morning, because that's not the easiest gig in the world, is it?
Every day is a little bit different, that
Yeah.
is for sure.
What do they call you? Do they call you Miss Stiefvater?
They usually can't pronounce it, so I get Miss S, and that's
Yeah.
like as far as we get.
I bet. What is Mission Scholars? I know you've been a part of it for a while now, and exactly what is the program all about?
So Mission Scholars is a kind of team on our campus ministry organization where we learn and lead and serve the mission of Mount Marty and enacting it through our community, around campus, and just kind of different ways in our own lives as well.
And I would imagine there's some scholarship attached to it as well. And
Yeah, so we're all non-athletes students, and so we get a scholarship to be here to lead and serve the mission of Mount Marty.
what do you like about it?
Oh man, there's so much in 4 years, but I definitely love the community of each other. Like, we're all striving after the same goal, and just like having teammates to run with you on that goal is pretty cool. So on Friday, we are going to be celebrating Founders Day. So that is the day that Mother Jerome Schmidt founded Mount Marty College in 1936. And so we have some different activities around campus to kind of remember her and just remember like where we came from. So we'll have Mother Jerome's famous fudge out for students and staff available for them to enjoy throughout the day. And then we are also having random facts and quotes about Mother Jerome spreaded throughout campus as well. We're going to dress up. The registrar's office has a skeleton always hanging outside with different quotes and fun facts. And so we're going to have Mother Jerome up here for a little bit with them and just kind of get to know who she was and what kind of a legacy she has left here on our campus.
Mother Jerome's famous fudge, is there a real recipe for that, and who makes that?
So Mother Jerome's actual recipe, I think, died with her. No one has it that we know of anyway, and so the kitchen has helped us out by making their version of Mother Jerome's fudge.
I bet it's pretty good.
It is very good.
All right. Lauren, I don't know where next year is going to take you, but the few times that we've visited, I have a lot of confidence in you. I know you do well. Thanks for all your visits here over the years.
Thank you.
Thanks to Lauren, thanks to Jeff and everybody else that was in the booth earlier this week talking MMU, athletics and everything in between. My name's Tehl Tanner on the Halftime Show from Parker Hannifin. That interview from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff. Let's take another break. We'll come back in a couple of minutes. We'll keep things rolling on our Halftime Show. Check that out-of-town scoreboard.
Quit hitting the snooze button on your new career. Wake up to recently increased wages, day one benefits, and an employer who puts you first. Grind through the workday in your own specialty. Assembler, machine operator, material handler, or line operation tech. Don't mind working nights? Enjoy a pay differential of $235. Choose your shift and enjoy day one benefits. This isn't just a job, it's your future. Join us today. Find more information and apply now at parker.com.
Parker, engineering your success.
The Dakota Theater, operated by nonprofit Onward Yankton, is dedicated to providing entertainment and cultural opportunities for all citizens of the greater Yankton region. They believe the arts strengthen our community by inspiring, uniting, and educating children and adults of all backgrounds. The Dakota Theater is in a time of revitalization, including restoration and renovation, technology upgrades, program enhancement, and establishing an endowment to ensure the long-term financial stability of the theater. Please donate at dakotatheater.org. Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. For your convenience, you can call and order curbside pickup or order online at meatlodge.com. The Meat Lodge in Yankton, on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank, Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
All right, we're getting ready for the third quarter of play. It is Hastings 13, Mount Marty 7, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here at Lloyd Wilson Field. Hastings, Nebraska, senior day for the Broncos. This is their last game of the season. Their bye week is technically next week as far as conference play is concerned, so they're done after today. And to be honest, Tehl, they're playing like a team that's, letting it all hang out.
That's exactly what's happening. Not only is it their last game, it's senior day. They've got a good crowd here supporting them, and it is their last game. It's not just the last game of the season, but for these seniors, this is their final game of their career. They are leaving absolutely nothing.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. It is getting dark outside. It is, 4 o'clock here, a couple minutes after 4 o'clock Central Time, and the lights have been on throughout the day. We had some sunshine right before the end of the second quarter, but the clouds have covered up Mr. Sun, and essentially from here on out, it's almost going to be like a night game.
It is, yeah. I was going to bring this up at the end of the first half, but at this time of year, after daylight savings time, sunset is actually scheduled for 5:20 p.m. here in Hastings today. It's just after 4. We're going to start this game at 2:30, and we're going to end it after sunset. That's just weird.
Yep, welcome to daylight savings time as Jack Finder sends the kickoff down the field. It will bounce in the end zone, automatic touchback. Hastings have had a couple of guys split the quarterback duties. Cassius Campbell, Carson Kudlacek, and we'll see who comes out and runs the show. Campbell, a freshman. Kudlacek, he is a sophomore, and it will be Cassius Campbell out of Queen Creek, Arizona. He is a southpaw, and he'll guide the team. They'll operate left to right on your radio dial. First down and 10 from the 25-yard line. They'll split 2 receivers either side. That's been their standard formation, running up the middle with Ray, and he'll power across the 30 to the 31. Josh Ray, sophomore out of Lacombe, Louisiana, had a 36-yard run, and he gets up slowly.
He stumbled as soon as he got up. They're going to get him off the field and check him for a concussion. He got up, stumbled around, and one of his linemen is holding on to him to keep him upright.
Yeah, the trainers, they sprinted onto the field.
Yeah, they're checking him out right now. This is a scary situation. They're going to be evaluating him for a concussion for sure.
Just by the way he got up and wobbled, and yeah, he is being helped off the field.
You can tell he was hurt right away because one of the Lancers went out of their way trying to help him up and actually picked him up and got him up, and then he stumbled after that. It was everybody on the field knew instantly he took a tough shot.
Yeah, Wyatt Ryan, the backup linebacker, comes up out there to help him off the field and over to the Hastings bench. Let's hope the young man's okay. Abel Molina checks in at running back on a 2nd down and 4. He'll take the handoff. No, he won't. It will be a quarterback keeper with Campbell. He'll slide down 1 yard beyond the line of scrimmage as they fake the run to the left, ran it to the right on the quarterback keeper. Only got a yard out to the 32. Sets up 3rd down and 3. Just started the third quarter here. 13-7. Hastings on top of Mount Marty. Big 3rd down opportunity for the Lancer defense. 4-man front. Molina runs to the right side. He's hit hard. 1 yard gain, and that's all. Lambeth there to lower the boom.
Had to have a big hit there on 3rd and short. He got him down. 4th and 2 incoming. Lambeth, as you said, brought the boom there. Massive hit. Lancers get off the field.
Here comes the punting unit, and that is Trayvon Shaw. He had one that was almost blocked. It was a low snap in that first half of play. He managed to get it away, gave the Lancers their best field position of that first half. This snap is through his hands. It's rolling around the 15. He's down at the 10-yard line as the special teams unit makes a tackle. Another punting error for Hastings.
Now, that's been a problem all game. The Lancers have been close to blocking him. This time they didn't even get a chance to get it off. He just had to cover it, and it's at the 10-yard line is where the Lancers are going to take over. It's going to be 1st and goal in their first offensive possession to start off this second half. This could not have started worse for Hastings. Lancers have a chance to not only tie up the ball game with a score, but the extra point could give them a lead.
First and goal at the 10-yard line. Lancers operate with the wind at their back, right to left on the radio dial. This is a north-south field, and it is a pretty open area here at Lloyd Wilson Field. Shotgun set. 2 receivers out to the right. Here comes Fitzgerald in motion. Circles around behind his quarterback. Handoff. Hirsch up the middle. Busts through the line but stumbles and gets from the 10 down to the 7-yard line. Gain of 3. Boy, if he hadn't been tripped up, he might have scored. Quickly, the Lancers are going to operate. Quickly back right to the line of scrimmage. Double tight end set. Fitzgerald in motion from right to left. It is going to be a rollout to the right side. Riken pressured, throws to the end zone, incomplete. He intended for Hansen, but he was in the right corner of the end zone, but his momentum took him out of bounds.
Jason Olford, the junior defensive back, was in one-on-one coverage with him and had good coverage. He was all over him as well.
3rd down and goal from the 7-yard line for the Lancers. 13:09 left. Quarter number 3. We're just underway here in the second half, and a punting miscue by Hastings has given a golden opportunity for the Lancers. Hirsch sets up in the pistol formation, receivers either side. Handoff, Hirsch up the middle, stumbles to the goal line, touchdown! Lancers tie up the game on the run up the middle by Kyle Hirsch, and believe it or not, that's his first rushing touchdown of the season.
Yeah, it is. First rushing touchdown of the season. He's caught a couple through the air from Riken, but he finally gets that one in the second to last game. He has multiple games over 100 yards running, but that, as you said, his first actual touchdown. Lancers tie up the ball game, and in the last 2 minutes and about 15 seconds, they put 2 scores on the board, maybe to take the lead, extra point pending.
Here comes the point after kick from Jack Finder. The snap on target, kick on the way. It has the distance. Good. 13:04 left, third quarter. Lancers on top, 14-13. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Want to get together with friends and family, cheer on your favorite team, and get some of the best wings in town? Then make plans to stop at Checker Sports Bar and Grill. If it's NFL action you want, or maybe college basketball, or even hockey, Yankton's favorite sports bar will give you the watching experience you crave, served up with mouth-watering wings, burgers, or sandwiches to get you through the game. Choose Checker Sports Bar and Grill for all your game days.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
That scoring drive, 3 plays, 10 yards, and 33 seconds time of possession. The run by Kyle Hirsch from 7 yards out. And the Lancers are up 14-13, 13:04 left. We're just underway here in the third quarter of play. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Jack Finder with the kickoff. The wind at his back. He'll send it downfield, and it'll be collected by Molina at the 2-yard line. Sprints to his right, runs into trouble, tripped up, and tackled at the 20-yard line.
Well, the last 2.5 minutes of gameplay have been exactly what the Lancers needed. 2.5 minutes ago, Hastings was on top of this ball game, 13-0 in full control. Lancers score at the end of the first half with just a couple seconds on the clock. Hastings ran it and went to the kneeled it, went to the locker room, and then they come out. They go 3 and out. The snap on the punt is terrible. They have to go back and get it at the 10-yard line. Lancers punch it in. 2 scores in 2.5 minutes.
Campbell back at quarterback. Molina up the middle, runs it, and he'll get about 4 yards. This second half of football for the Lancers, brought to you by CoreTrust Bank. Raise your expectations with CoreTrust, member FDIC. Quickly, the Broncos come to the line of scrimmage, 2nd down and 6. Receivers either side. A little bit of a different look here formation-wise. Campbell hands off. Molina's going to try the left side, spins through 1 tackle, gets across the 30. He'll be to the 31. That'll be a first down for Hastings. Hastings got off to a pretty good start in this game, led 3-0 after 1. Really bottled up the Lancers and were moving the ball effectively. Now they find themselves down by a point, And the big play, that miscue on the punt here just a few moments ago. 2 receivers either side on first down and 10. It'll be Molina up the middle, runs into trouble and tackled right away. 2-yard gain is all. Wilson in on the tackle. Second down and 8 coming up. Again, Hastings comes to the line, but this time they're looking to the sideline for a play. Again, 2 receivers split out either side. Molina in at running back. Stands to the right of his quarterback. Straight drop back. Pressure coming. Williams applies pressure. Rollout. He's going to tuck and run to the 35, to the 40. Gets the first down at the 41-yard line. That's a good scramble by Cassius Campbell.
Yeah, that was a great scramble. Nobody open downfield. Pocket collapse. Found some green grass to the left side of him and just takes off running.
Well, Marty football today brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. 11:20 and counting. Third quarter, Lancers 14, Broncos 13. Broncos on the move at their own 41-yard line. They'll run it again, and that's time Molina. He's hit by Oliver, dives forward, 1-yard gain, and that's all.
Yeah, had the free safety blitzing coming down. Oliver just blew up that play.
Second down and 9 coming up. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Second and 9 for the Broncos. 4-man front for Mount Marty. Drop back, roll out to the right. Campbell wants to throw on the run, and it is going to be caught, they say, or is it incomplete? Referee coming over says incomplete.
Yeah, he came down with it. It was really close, but he came down with it on the sideline with his forearms on the sideline. His feet were definitely in bounds, but I don't think his feet hit first. I think he kind of just hit the ground all at once.
Yeah, that was around the 45-yard line of the Lancers, right in front of the Hastings bench. Blocked our view up here. But it's third down and 9. 2 receivers either side. Molina to the right of his quarterback. Straight drop back by Campbell. Wants to throw. It's to Molina. It is going to be incomplete. Williams broke up that play, slung the running back to the ground right as he was collecting the ball. Never had it. Incomplete around the 45-yard line.
Devon Williams starting today for the injured Cameron Middleton. He's played pretty well so far, not just today but this season. One of those guys who the only reason he isn't starting is because there's a senior ahead of him, and we're going to see a lot more of him next year.
Yeah, Williams has been very, very good. He's had a really good last few games, getting more playing time. Been very impressive. Devon Williams out of Chicago, Illinois. 10:33 left here in the third quarter. Lancers up by 1, 14-13. Punt coming on, and it's a high punt by Shaw. It'll bounce around the 25-yard line. Picked up by, that was Robinson quickly, and he swarmed under at the 22-yard line. Kind of a dangerous play there by Ezekiel Robinson, but he hangs on to the football. And it will be Lancer football, 1st and 10 at their own 22-yard line.
Yeah, that was a good play from Robinson. The senior wide receiver, he's been doing this for a while. It was bouncing up in the air, and he just grabbed it and got to the ground because he didn't want it to keep bouncing. Probably saved the Lancers another 5 to 10 yards.
Indeed. And now the Lancer offense back out on the field. They have to feel pretty good as they got the lead, and they've been playing better their last couple of drives. Be 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. Hirsch at running back. Play action. Reichen rolls out to his right. Looking to run, he'll scramble and get out of bounds across the 25 near the 27-yard line. Gain of 5. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group. Here come the Lancers quickly to the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 5. Pistol formation, handoff. Hirsch up the middle, has a hole across the 30 to the 35-yard line. Move the chains. First down Lancers, and they're going into a hurry-up offense. They're coming right to the line of scrimmage. Again, the pistol formation. They'll run the football. Hirsch up the middle, follows his blockers. He's got a bigger hole compared to the first half, and he'll gain 4 yards out to the 39-yard line. Runs up the middle in the first half, went nowhere quite a few times. Lancers moving the line of scrimmage. Hirsch again. This time he runs into trouble, no gain on the play. Bring up third down and about 6. Lancers look to the far sideline to get the play. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Slowey Management. Call the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton Direct for great rates and flexible reservation changes. Coming up on the 9-minute mark, Vigenson motion goes over on the right side. 2 receivers either side. Reichen in the pocket. Going to roll out to his left. Fires over the middle. Caught. That's Heath across the midfield stripe to the 45-yard line. Nick Heath moves the chains. First down, Lancers.
Yeah, the big body slot receiver was just right up the middle of the field, down the seam. Found his spot in the middle of the zone, and Reichen puts it right on him.
That'll keep the drive alive with 8:35 and counting in the third quarter. Lancers up by 1. They're in Hastings territory at the 45-yard line. Reichen rolls out to his right, out of the shotgun. Loads up, throws the home run ball down the middle of the field to Hansen. It's tipped and it got it at the 3-yard line. What a catch by Trey Hansen.
One of the best catches of his career comes into his second to last game. That's a senior. Tipped it to himself, comes down with it. Double coverage. First and goal, Lancers.
And they come right to the line of scrimmage. Pistol formation. First and goal. Handoff. No. Reichen keeps it himself. Runs. Dives. Touchdown. Reichen pulled it out of the belly of his running back. Saw the opening to the left side and took off. And he's got the touchdown.
That was a great read option there. Saw the open field, just pulled it out of the belly of Kyle Hirsch, took it himself off the left tackle. Great running play.
The Hastings defense, they went totally after Hirsch. They sold out.
Yep, they did, and he had some open space to that left side. It was the defensive back who was out there covering a wide receiver that was the one who had to try and make that play, but Reichen just got to the plane first.
2 yards officially on that run. And now a big extra point here with the score 20-13. Jack Finder, high snap, brought down, kick on the way. The point after is good. 8:05 left to go, third quarter. Lancers 21, Hastings 13. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
At Triple Time Rudy's, not only do you get top-notch fuel to keep you on the move, but it's a destination for delicious local treats. You'll find quality South Dakota products like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. It's your community's pit stop for more than just fuel. Triple Time Rudy's supports schools and events and provides fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers. For all your daily fill-ups and convenience needs, stop by Triple Time Rudy's at 17th and Broadway.
7 plays, 78 yards on that drive for Mount Marty. Finished off by Rugby Reichen on a 2-yard run. It's 21-13, but that big play was the pass from Reichen to Trey Hansen. Tipped it to himself, collected it at the 2-yard line, and they were able to punch it in. Here's the kickoff from Finder. It is into the end zone for the touchback. Hansen, they credit that catch for 43 yards, that one that got him into the red zone. And you mentioned it, that may have been the best catch of his career, and that's saying something because he's had some big ones. Trey
Hansen.
Had
some massive catches.
And momentum clearly on the side of Mount Marty. Let's see how the Broncos respond. They're going to bring out the sophomore Kulachik at quarterback. Hastings was up 13-0. Now they're down by 8 points. Handoff up the middle. Good sign. Ray back into the game. He powers ahead for about a 6-yard gain.
Yeah, that catch from Trey Hansen, I say it's probably the best of his career. Not the most impactful. That game-tying touchdown at Midland last year, still definitely that one. But in terms of degree of difficulty of that catch, that was just insane.
Ray limped off the field, not putting any weight on that left ankle, and here's Molina into the contest, runs up the middle, no gain. He was thrown down right away. Williams. And, boy, it was good to see Josh Ray back out on the field because he took a shot in that previous possession, but, boy, he limped off the field. He's being examined on the sideline. 3rd down and 4 coming up from the 31-yard line of the Broncos. They'll split 2 receivers either side. Straight drop back, quick pass over the middle, tipped, and it is somehow caught for a first down by Quay Hill. What concentration by the junior out of Abilene, Texas. I don't know how he caught that one. That pass was deflected and took a very funny trajectory through the air, but he maintained concentration.
Yeah, it was well behind him, too. He was in the air, hovered in the air, basically, for a couple seconds, was able to bring it in. That was impressive.
First down for Hastings. They're at the 41-yard line on their side of the field. Molina in at running back. And there's a fumble, and on the exchange, and the quarterback is taken down by Pickthorn back at the 36-yard line. That could have been disaster for the Broncos.
Yeah, once again, the fumble troubles continue. They haven't lost one yet today, but they have put the ball on the ground multiple times. That has now resulted in sacks multiple times.
Yeah, that's a 5-yard loss on the play. And that'll bring up 2nd and 15. Opportunity now for the Lancer defense with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Lancers up by 8. Out of the shotgun. Here comes the pressure. Kalachik throws. Got a man. It's caught near the first down marker. It'll be a little bit shy. Great pass over on the left side. That was Duncan Fouts who caught it, and he disappeared under a swarm of about 3-4 jerseys. Got about 13 yards on the play. 3rd down and 2. Nice pass by Kalachik. The receiver was open. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Molina will get the handoff up the middle. He'll have the first down, 2-yard. Check that 3-yard gain. They are in Lancer territory at the 48-yard line. First down Broncos.
Yeah, they convert on 3rd and short, but that second down play to make it 3rd and short was just impressive. There were 4 different Lancer jerseys around the one Hastings Bronco. Perfect placement from the quarterback.
Shotgun set, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Quick pass, swatted down by Williams. That hit his elbow, I think.
Yeah, Devon Williams has had a couple of those today where it's been so close to batting it down at the line of scrimmage. He has been in the face of the quarterback all day long. Finally, he gets one batted down.
Yeah, Williams, 6'2", 225, and a junior, and he has played very, very well today. He's played very well coming into this contest. 4:59 left, third quarter. Mount Marty 21, Hastings 13. 2nd and 10 from the left hash mark. It'll be a run up the middle, and Molina hits a wall and moved the pile about 2 yards, and that's all. It'll set up 3rd down and 8.
Carlstead with a big tackle there, make it 3rd and long. As you said, they're in Lancer territory, down by 8 here. I don't know if they're in 4 down territory yet. We'll see how many yards they get on 3rd.
I don't think from this point in the field. But this is a big opportunity again for the Lancer defense to get off the field. 3rd down and 8 from the 46-yard line of the Lancers. There was movement, but no penalty flag. Drop back. Kudlachik over the middle. Too high. Incomplete. Intended for one of the backup wide receivers. That was Quade Myers, a junior. No penalty flag I see anywhere. And now the punting unit's starting to slowly walk onto the field for the Broncos with 4:18 left. Here in the third quarter, it is 21-13, Lancers on top. Punting unit on, that's Trayvon Shaw. His last punt attempt, he didn't even get off. This one is a much better snap, kind of a wobbler down the left sideline, takes a bounce, rolls down to the 10-yard line, and that's where the coverage team is for the Broncos. They'll tap it down at the 9-yard line. Back there returning, I think, was...
That was Tyen Buss.
Yeah,
one of the
Tyen
first times
Buss.
we've got to see the freshman wide receiver out of Pierce, South Dakota. That's a dual sport athlete, by the way. He'll be playing basketball for the Lancers this winter as well.
Well, the Lancers got a long way to go. They're at their own 9-yard line, 1st down and 10. Here in the third quarter of play, they're up by 8 points. Shotgun set, Hirsch in at running back. Straight drop back into the end zone. Now Riken steps up, rolls out to his right, throws, safety valve caught across the 15-yard line is Hirsch.
Yeah, that was a good play by Riken. Just finding your outlet, man. When you're at your own goal line, you really don't want to scramble in the backfield too much. You don't want to risk a sack there. Just get it out quick to your outlet guy, get positive yardage.
Yeah, they got about 7 yards on the play, 2nd and 3. Hirsch, the deep man in the pistol formation. They'll hand it off to him, and he's hit right away and thrown for a 2-yard loss. Making that play was Caden Egger, linebacker for Hastings. Sets up 3rd down and 5 from their own 14-yard line. 3:20 and counting here in quarter number 3. Lancers up 21-13. Got to pick up a first down here. Don't want to kick it from this deep in your own territory. 12 on the play clock. Riken barks out the signals. He'll drop back to throw. Looks over the middle. Now it's got to scramble out to his right. Now back to his left, and he's sacked back at the 4-yard line.
Yeah, that's a situation where you just got to throw the ball away. A sack of over 10 yards sets up the Lancers at their own 4-yard line where they're going to have to punt this one away now. And now chance for Hastings. Every single man on that field is going to peel their ears back and get after the punter. Try and block this one. Either get 2 or 7 points out of it if they can.
Marsh stands at the Lancer 44-yard line. Finders in the back of his end zone. And they're going for the block. There's 10 men on the line of scrimmage. Snap on target. Kick gets away, and it's a good one. And Marsh collects it at the 44, and he'll run to his right, and he's tackled right away. And making the tackle, that was Isaac Crownover, young man out of Tyndall.
Yeah, that sophomore linebacker went to Bonham High School. Was very, very good for the Cavaliers there, leading them for a couple years. We're going to see a lot more of that linebacker in the next couple seasons. And another one of those guys who, there's just so many seniors on this Lancer defense that you don't get to see some of these young guys. He's a guy you're going to get to know.
Mom Marty Football today brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. Broncos will have it 1st down and 10, but hold on, there's a penalty flag. And there's a penalty against the Lancers. Unsportsmanlike conduct. And so the great tackle on the special teams, well, it's got wiped out because now you move the ball 15 yards.
They said 38 was the number. That'd be Jaden Harach.
Yes, he's been playing special teams this year, and that moves the ball all the way down to the 31-yard line. Big mental mistake there by the Lancers. You give Hastings golden field position. Campbell in at quarterback, hands off Molina up the middle, goes head over heels at the 28-yard line. And he comes up limping.
Yeah, David Wilson took out his legs on that one, and he front flipped over him and hit the ground. That was a tough shot to the shins. He's coming off the field.
Now they're going to bring in the freshman, Chris Hunter. Remember, Devin Brady out. Ray limped off the field earlier. 2nd down, play action. Campbell under pressure throws to the sideline, and it is going to be incomplete at about the 26-yard line. And on the pressure was Kevon Rogers, the freshman out of Texas, Pearland, Texas.
Give you an update on Abel Molina. He's still down on the near sideline, laying on the ground, like rolling around in pain. Trainers are checking on him.
Yeah,
that lower leg of his is definitely hurting.
Yep, 3rd down and about 8. Lancers showing blitz. Campbell, here they come. He drops back, being pressured, and he's sacked. And he does manage to hold on to the football, but that's Carlstead in on the sack. And he wasn't alone, and the ball all the way back outside the 40-yard line, near the 45-yard line. The Lancer defense takes the Broncos out of field goal range.
Yeah, you cannot take sacks on 3rd down inside of the 30-yard line. That just kills your chances at a field goal, and they got to punt again. That's the 2nd time this game we've seen something like that.
Lancers playing much better here in the third quarter of play. Under a minute to go. Shaw stands at his own 40. The snap is good. He got the kick away. Nice spiral towards the sideline. Fair catch called for by Buss at the 14-yard line. And that's where Mount Marty will set up shop. First down and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, they can help you along the way. They can do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or a beginning farmer, we work hard to find the lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com.
You mentioned the Lancers playing better in this third quarter. 2 scores in this third and one right at the end of the second. They really got things figured out in the halftime locker room. They've not allowed any points.
Hart's in the game at running back in the pistol formation. He'll run it up the middle, try to dance near the line of scrimmage, and only get about 2 yards from the 14 to the 16. Just running up the middle has been very difficult against this Bronco defense. They really haven't done a whole lot.
To illustrate your point, in terms of rushing yards in the ground, the Lancers have 84, now 86 after that one.
Probably the last play here, unless it's an incompletion or a penalty here in the third quarter of play, under 20 seconds to go. Hart's to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Straight drop back. Down the middle of the field, and it is going to be caught by Hansen at the 45, spun down at the 47-yard line. Trey Hansen, another big catch. Move the chains. That's how we'll end the third quarter of play. It'll be first down for the Lancers near midfield when we come back to start the fourth quarter of play. Mount Marty, 21. Hastings, 13. Back in 60 seconds right here on KYNT.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
Ben is in a sticky situation.
I got so excited for my fresh-baked Runza cinnamon rolls that I forgot to grab a napkin.
Now you got cinnamon roll fingers, and they're so ooey.
And gooey. I can't grab a spoon to dig into my delicious homemade chili.
Maybe you should call for help?
Oh, I'll call my mom. Oh, I've ruined my phone.
Worth it, though. Come get Runza's homemade chili, fresh-baked cinnamon rolls, and a napkin today. Because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
This game turned around in the third quarter of play. Mount Marty was down at the break. They're ahead now, outscoring Hastings 14-0 in that third quarter of play. It's 21-13. Lancers on top, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. First and 10 Lancers from their own 47-yard line. They operate left to right on your radio dial. Hart's up the middle, has a little hole across midfield, down near the 45-yard line. A lot of pushing and shoving after the play. There's a fumble. No, ball carrier was down, or official signals down at the 45-yard line. Hastings came out of there with the football, but they're going to say the running back was down at the 45-yard line. A good gain of 8 yards on the play. No fumble. It'll be second down and 2. Heath in motion from left to right. Hart's the deep man in the pistol formation. He gets it again up the middle, has a first down. He'll move the pile across the 40 to the 38-yard line. First down, Mount Marty.
We'll go back to the final play of that third quarter. Trey Hansen over the middle of the field, officially a 31-yard catch. He's got 3 catches in the ball game now for 77 yards. One of 31, one of 43, and then the 3-yard touchdown catch.
Be first down and 10. Lancers on the move in Bronco territory. They're up by 8. Heath in motion, now lines up at a wing back on the left side. Play action. They're going to throw it down the sideline. Caught by Fitzgerald. He's inside the 20 near the 19-yard line on a little hitch and go down the left sideline. Fitzgerald with the catch. Move the chains. First down, Lancers.
Had zone coverage. You fake the screen to the outside, get the DB to bite down low, and then just chuck it upfield for Fitzgerald. That was beautiful.
Quickly to the line of scrimmage. Hartz takes the handoff, goes up the middle, and doesn't have much of a hole, only gets 2 yards. Lancers in the red zone. They need to come away with at least 3 points on this drive and make it a 2-possession game. We're early in the fourth quarter. 13:05 and counting. Lancers 21, Hastings 13. On the left side of the field on the hash mark, Riken will move Hartz behind him, pistol formation. And they'll do a play action. Try the little fake and go, but instead it's Hansen collecting the short pass on the left sideline. He's spun down shy of the marker inside the 15 at the 13-yard line.
Yeah, you have 2 options on that play. It's the exact one we just saw. You fake the screen and throw downfield. This time the DB played the man downfield, which meant the screen was open. Throw to Hansen. He's able to get a few of it. Third and about 3 or 4 incoming.
Now they're going to say officially 4 yards on the scoreboard here. Ball at the 13-yard line. They need to get to the 9-yard line for a first down. 2 receivers either side. Hartz stands to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. He'll take the handoff up the middle. Doesn't have much of a hole. They're trying to push him forward. He only got to about the 12-yard line, and that is all. So now looks like the field goal unit comes on here. Wins out of the south, so this will be a field goal into the wind from the left hash mark. It'll be about a 30-yard attempt. Noah McDermott is the holder. The snapper is Michael Wallen. It's a big, big opportunity here. Waiting for the snap. High snap, brought down, kick on the way, has the distance, good! 11:26 left to go, fourth quarter of play. Mount Marty extends the lead, 24-13 over Hastings. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Here in the Midwest, fall means harvest, hunting, and Friday nights under the lights. Whether you're toasting into a day in the fields, celebrating a hunt well done, or kicking back after the big game, Alaskan Amber is a perfect companion. Brewed with glacier-fed water and a smooth malty flavor, it's the perfect way to unwind after a day spent exploring the great outdoors. Alaskan Amber, crafted for those who work hard, play hard, and savor every moment.
Eight plays, 74 yards on the drive, and it culminates with they're going to say officially a 29-yard field goal from Jack Finder. And the Lancers are up 24-13 with 11:26 left to go here in the fourth quarter of play. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Tehl, I feel a little bit more comfortable now that it's a 2-score game.
Absolutely. You know, this was going really, really well for Hastings to start this one off. They had a 13-0 lead, and then Lancers have now scored 24 straight on the road at Hastings.
High end-over-end kickoff collected at about the 4-yard line. Up the middle, and a big hitter at the 20-yard line as they bring down the return man for the Hastings Broncos. That was Marsh. Colton Marsh, who normally returns punt, but remember, Abel Molina and Josh Ray, their normal kickers, are on the sidelines. Molina now on the exercise bike, trying to get that leg into shape. We don't know if we'll see him again. Ray limped off the field earlier. Chris Hunter in at running back, and Kolachek in at quarterback. He's the passing quarterback. Put up some. He fumbles the snap, takes it on a keeper, and is dropped by Wilson after about a 1-yard gain. Boy, Kolachek's just had problems handling the football. He's had 11 fumbles coming into today. He's lost 5 of them, and he's mishandled a couple of snaps.
He's had a couple today as well. Hasn't lost one yet, and that's a big thing, but putting it on the ground is a tough thing.
Remember, he took that sack in the third quarter. He drops back, pressured. rolls out to his left towards the sideline, flips it ahead and out of bounds, incomplete. He was just trying to throw the ball away.
Yeah, he was just trying to get out of there, get it out of bounds. Now we survive that down, and Hastings goes to third. It's 3rd and 9.
Marty Football today brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust. Member FDIC. 3rd down and 9. Now they'll start up the play clock. Kolachek has a running back to his right. 2 receivers either side, and there's movement on the line. Both sides pointing at each other. This is a big penalty. If it's against the Lancers, that makes it a manageable 3rd down. If it's against snap infraction on Alvino Sanchez, the sophomore center out of Sutton, Nebraska. That's big. Backs him up 5 yards.
Yep, I figured there was going to be something to do with the center here because that was one of those where every single person on the field moved except the center. So it's one of those where he might have accidentally jerked and then everybody went.
Well, that makes it 3rd down and 14 now. Kolachek in the pocket. Pressure coming. Throws over the middle. Too far. Incomplete. Intended for Fouts at about the 35-yard line, but that pass was well off target. Pressure was coming.
Yeah, had him too. He was open in the middle of the field and had a chance to get a few extra yards. Lancers did have a deep safety back to maybe grab the tackle, but still would have been a gain of 30.
Shaw will stand at his own 2-yard line to punt it away. Ezekiel Robinson back at his own 45. Snap on target, rugby-style punt, and it's a good one to the middle of the field. Robinson collects it, goes down right away at the 43-yard line. Not necessarily a bad play there. Robinson was had to track that one down. That was a great punt, by the way, by Trayvon Shaw.
Yeah, was able to get it down the field quite a ways, and that's why Robinson needed to field that one instead of letting it bounce. That was one of those where it could have bounced for a while. That was a line drive.
Marty Football today brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you along for the ride on a cloudy Saturday early evening now here in Hastings, Nebraska. Lancers up 24-13. Pistol formation. Fitzgerald in motion from left to right. Handoff. Hirsch. Check that. Hart's up the middle. Has a big hole. Shoves a man aside. And he will be into Hastings territory at the 43-yard line on a strong run. Best of the day for Malachi Hartz.
Best of the day for Malachi Hartz and best of the last couple of weeks. The last time we saw a run like that from him was at Briar Cliff, October 5th, along of 13. That was the last time he had a run that long.
Move the chains. Lancers in Bronco territory, and Hart's handoff, no gain. He might have lost a yard. 10 minutes left to go in regulation. Mount Marty up 24-13. They have scored 24 unanswered points, looking to add to that lead. They're up by 2 scores, 11 points. Hastings, they need to hold defensively right here, right now. Pistol formation. Hart stays in at running back. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Now Hartz will move up and stand to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Running play, Hartz to the left side, has a hole. It closes quickly, and he'll be brought down at the 41-yard line, gain of 3. Sets up a big 3rd down for the Lancers. They can keep this drive going. That clock is going to keep ticking away. It's at 9:07 and counting. 3rd down and about 8 yards to go.
Now, there's still plenty of time left in this ball game, but the clock is the friend of the Lancers. If they're able to convert here and maybe go get points, they could about put a bow on it. But Hastings is still in this one as long as they get off the field.
Hirsch in the game at running back. Play action, pass, Vegans, left side along the sideline trying to barrel down the field, and they say the ball came loose. Who's got it? Hastings does at the 32-yard line. That's exactly what Hastings needed and what Mount Marty could not afford to happen. Vegans was fighting for extra yardage, and he coughs up the football and turns it over, and the Broncos have life in their own territory at the 31-yard line. believe that's the second turnover of the day for the Lancers, and it keeps hopes alive with 8:39 left to go. Hastings has got some work to do. They need a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and a field goal to tie this game. Both teams, all 3 timeouts left. It is Campbell in at quarterback, the southpaw freshman, hands off up the middle, running play, and about a 3-yard gain on the run that time. We'll see who's in there. I believe it is Hunter. Yes, it is. Chris Hunter, a freshman.
Yeah, Hastings is winning the turnover battle today 2-0, but still losing the ball game because of how efficient this Lancer defense has been. Hastings has only gotten the end zone 1 time. That has to change if they're going to make this comeback.
Second down and about 7. They're going to hand it off. Hunter tries the right side, pulled down by Williams after a short gain, but it'll be a manageable 3rd down and about 2 coming up for Hastings. They have time, 8 minutes and counting. They don't have to go into hurry-up mode at this juncture. 2 receivers either side. Campbell stands just behind his quarterback, and he'll take the handoff, running up the middle. He'll be short of the first down marker, tackled at the 40.
Short by only a yard, and if I'm Hastings, I'm thinking about going for this one. 4th and a yard, 7.5 to go. You can punt here. They have all their timeouts, and it's only a 2-possession game. It is not a do-or-die situation, but I'd still say I'd go for it.
Yep, and Matt Franzen's leaving his offense out on the field. 20 on the play clock, 4th and 1. Coming up, they've brought in the extra tight end. We'll see if they want to go to the air on a short pass or give it to Hunter, the freshman running back. He'll stand to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Here comes the blitz. Handoff. Hunter has the first down. To the side. He's across midfield. To the 40. To the 30 and shoved out of bounds. And some great blocking up front by Hastings as they got a big run on 4th down as the Lancers went with the blitz.
Yeah, not just the great blocking, but the blitz as well. Lancers caught themselves out of position as that blitzer came off the left side. All of a sudden, there's no one to set the edge. Turns the corner. Running back is almost gone.
First down for the Lancers. Handoff up the middle, and that's Hunter again. And they're saying it's actually a different player wearing number 32. But I don't see that name. Oh, Elijah Heisenfeld.
Who is listed as a defensive back.
No, it's got to be Chris Hunter.
Chris Hunter is listed as a running back.
Yeah, so I think they got the wrong 32 out on the field.
Which is rare for the home team to get that mixed up. So, we might be mixed up too. That's hard to say.
Well, we're going to say Chris Hunter because that's who we've got on our roster.
Yeah.
As Campbell is going to scramble, skips out of a tackle at the 20, slides down at the 13-yard line. Another first down for Hastings. But hold the phone, penalty.
There's a penalty flag here, and Hastings is already starting to march backwards. We'll see what it is.
Holding on the offense. Oof. And that will back up the Broncos. And now the quarterback, Cassius Campbell, is down on the field. Now, he slid down. Might have been an awkward slide.
Yeah, he did not get hit there. He slid to the ground, but he had juked a couple players out, was making moves, stuck his foot in the ground and was going downfield, and then slid. He did not get hit after he slid. This is a non-contact injury to the leg. That is a scary situation. Hope he's okay. They're checking on him now.
Lagunas, the right guard, got called for the infraction, and Campbell's going to stay in the game, and he walks back, slight limp, but not that noticeable, but he wants to stay in the game. And remember, Hastings, they came into this game with a lot of injuries, and they've had several players get hurt today.
Now he's coming off the field. I was going to say, I don't think he can stay on the field without them burning a timeout.
Yes,
he's got to come out for a play.
You're correct in that. So Kudlachik comes in at quarterback. 6 minutes even left to go. Second down, 18 now for Hastings. And really now the clock will start up. And, Hastings probably in 4-down territory here. Quarterback keeper, Kudlachik wrapped up right away. No gain. Carlstead on the tackle.
Carlstead's been a leader of this defense for years, a military man. He's non-traditional dude. I think he's 28 years old, playing his final couple of games of college football, and he's going out on a pretty high note. He's having a good game today.
And I remember seeing some guys back when I was in college in the 80s that did that joined the military, served, and then went on and played college sports. And, they've had some very good careers at various schools around South Dakota. Here's Campbell into the game, throws the pass down the sideline, is going to be caught for a touchdown. Nappy with a great catch. What a throw by Campbell, who came back into the game. And this one, has just changed on a dime.
Yeah, that one going to be on film. That'll be a difficult play to go over the next couple days. Asmaran Muhammad just straight misplayed it. He was going for the interception, but instead of going forward to make contact and get it, he sat back, went backwards, and waited for the ball to come to him. The receiver jumped in front, went for the football, and was able to get a hold of that. You could see his reaction, the body language, as soon as the ball was caught in the end zone. He knew the mistake he made of waiting for it to come to him.
And now they're going to have to go for two because it's 24-19. Under center, Campbell hands off. Ray to the right side, dives in. He's got the 2-point conversion.
Ball came out at the end. Was he in first? I believe he was.
He was in first. That 2-point conversion will count. And with 5:09 left to go, it's anybody's ball game. Lancers 24, Hastings 21. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds on KYNT.
Make the move with Mason and the Move Group. Home ownership was one of the most straightforward paths to building wealth. So making a smart home buying decision is important, and so is understanding how much your home is worth. Don't use online calculators or guesstimates. Use a professional team that understands the local market and can guide you on a smart purchase and maximize your home's equity. Contact me, Mason Schramm, and make the move with Mason and the Move Group.
7 plays, 69 yards, 3 minutes, 30 seconds time of possession on that last scoring drive from Hastings. They're within a field goal.
Here's the hands team out here for Mount Marty. They're expecting an onside kick, or at least preparing for it should Hastings try it. 5:09 on the clock. Hastings does not have to kick it onside, but the Lancers are kind of just covering themselves just in case.
Bryce Chaplin is their kickoff specialist. Now remember, he's kicked it kind of the pop-up, trying to get it in no man's land, but they are definitely expecting an onside kick. Broncos line up, and here comes the approach, and it is a normal kickoff down the field. Fair catch called for, and the ball is collected at the 10-yard line by Buss.
Yeah, Ty and Buss just brought that one for the fair catch, and that was smart there. He needed to get back and get a hold of that one. The Lancers playing a little protective here. They just wanted to make sure that Hastings didn't get the ball back. They knew they were going to sacrifice some yardage here with that maybe instead of having a chance for the big return, but ended up going their way.
5:09 left, 24-21. Mount Marty on top of Hastings. The ball will be put at the 25-yard line. First down and 10, Lancers. They operate left to right on your radio dial. They'll line up in the pistol formation with Hirsch, the deep man. Fitzgerald in motion, now goes back. Handoff, Hirsch up the middle, tripped up, got about 4 yards to the 29. Now, if you're Mount Marty, you probably want to take as much time off the clock as you can.
Absolutely. A long drive here, make it difficult for Hastings, but this lead is only 3. You still need points.
Yes. You want to get some points, any points on the board. A field goal is nice. A touchdown maybe puts it away. Second down and 6. Heath in motion from right to left. Hirsch to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Handoff. Hirsch tries the left side, has a hole, but he's tripped up at the 30. Oh, he was going to go for big yardage, but he got tripped up. And making that play for Hastings was Brendan Nelson, the junior out of Casper, Wyoming.
That was a great job. Just getting the shoestring tackle and saving what would have been a big gain for the Lancers there. But instead, 3rd and 5, Hastings, with just over 4 minutes to play, has a chance to not only get off the field, but get a chance to go maybe win this game.
4 minutes to go. Big 3rd and 5 for the Lancers. They're at their own 30-yard line. Hirsch will stand to the left of his quarterback. 2 receivers either side. Reichen wants to throw. Outlet. Hirsch caught. First down to the 40-yard line on the screen pass. What a smart play by Reichen to dump it off to his safety valve.
Yeah, that was good. Kyle Hirsch takes it for first down yardage, and the drive will continue. 3:34 on the clock. Lancers, the clock is now just there, friend. They're going to start wasting Hastings timeouts here with one more first down.
One would think. And remember, there is the 2-minute timeout coming up here. That is, in case you're just joining us, that is a new thing in all levels of college football. First year for that. Pistol formation, Fitzgerald in motion from right to left. On the left hash mark, Reichen stands in the shotgun, has Hirsch behind him at a running back. He'll hand it off to him, and Hirsch is met right away and gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that is all. Hastings not calling their timeouts yet.
No, they still got a chance to get off the field here on this set of downs. Mount Marty needs to get one more for them to start wasting those timeouts. They need to snap the ball one more time before we go to the 2-minute timeout, barring an incompletion or something.
Now, if you're Mount Marty, do you put it up in the air on 2nd down and 10?
Oh, it's empty set.
See if they move somebody into the backfield. They will shift Heath over to the right side. Hirsch now at a running back in the pistol. Here comes the blitz. Quick pass. Fitzgerald out on the left side has a block, and he'll get out of bounds near the will they? No, they're going to say he's down in bounds. Inbounds at the 48-yard line. Decent gain on the play of about 8 yards, and now the first timeout has been spent by Hastings with 2:04 left to go here in the 4th quarter of play. Mount Marty up 24-21. We'll keep it here during the break. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222.
I'll tell you what now, calling that timeout with 4 seconds before the 2-minute warning means they are planning to use the 2-minute timeout. They're planning to use the 2-minute timeout as that extra play after this 3rd down. That is massive, because if the Lancers convert this one, they'll go to that 2-minute timeout when the chains move, and then only 2 timeouts left for Hastings. 1st and 10 for the Lancers. They are all in on this 3rd down stop. They are all in on this 3rd down stop.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I would thought that Hastings may let that clock wind down.
Yeah, the normal strategy is to let those 4 seconds go, get to the 2-minute timeout, and then you have a chance of you either get to keep the timeout if you don't get the 3rd down stop, or if you get it, then you use it then. The difference is 4 or 5 seconds, and you get to keep the timeout if things don't go your way. But with this strategy, they are all in.
Because you either save time on this side or you're going to lose 40 seconds on the other side if you can't make the stop.
This is high risk, high reward here.
All right. Empty backfield. Now Hirsch comes in at a running back. 3rd down and 2. Hastings showing blitz. Quick pass, and it's incomplete. Over the head of Heath at the 49-yard line. That was not a well-thrown ball. And we've reached the 2-minute timeout. Lancers, 24. Hastings, 21. Back in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
What is Agility Plus? It's the new Medicare supplement Plan G coverage from Avera Health Plans that gives you more.
More benefits at a lower cost.
More comprehensive coverage like physicals plus heart, vascular, and hearing screenings.
That's the Avera Health Plan's new Medicare supplement Agility Plus Plan G. Contact your local agent or request a quote online. AveraHealthPlans.com/Medicare. Network restrictions apply with select plans. A Plan G policy may not cover all of your medical expenses. Neither Avera Health Plans nor its agents are connected with Medicare or state or federal government.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT. Yankton.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty. So have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends, and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
Coming out of the 2-minute timeout, 4th and 2 for Mount Marty. The punting team on the field. Line of scrimmage is the 48-yard line of the Lancers. Marsh back deep at his own 15-yard line. High snap brought down. Kick, high punt, not very far downfield. And it'll take a Hastings bounce at the 35-yard line. Boy, and then there is some extracurricular activities. Looked like almost a punch was thrown.
Yeah, there was
but no penalty. And that was not a good punt by Jack Finder, only down to the 35-yard line.
Not sure if we're going to see a late flag get thrown here, because there was definitely some fighting at the end of that play. A Hastings player did throw a punch, but it was kind of in retaliation to a pancake block from the Lancers, and I'm not sure if they're going to call it a pancake or wrestle to the ground, but they're just saying no flag on anything there. Now, I'm not sure which team it should be on, but there probably should have been something there.
That punt only went, about 17 yards?
Yeah.
Only to the 35-yard line. Lancers are only up by a field goal. Campbell in at quarterback with the empty backfield. Only a 3-man rush, and they're going to get close to him. Campbell scrambles out. He'll run, chased by Norman, and he'll get a big hit, and he lost his helmet at the 40-yard line. Oh, what a big, and a penalty flag down.
Penalty flag comes. I'm not sure if this is going to be on the hit, because the hit happened while they were still in bounds.
But the hit was at the shoulder pads, not on the helmet. A helmet, and a lot of players wear their helmet loose these days.
That was at the shoulder. It was in the strike zone. It was in bounds. That's a legal hit. It was just a hard hit. If he was a step out of bounds, it'd be a different story, but he wasn't.
Targeting, I heard, was the call, or they're going to check for targeting. They will go to the replay booth. Clock stops with 1:40, fourth quarter. Mount Marty up 24-21. Mount Marty football today, brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area, all beginning on day one. Learn more at parker.com. Okay, we will have the official review.
And we just saw a replay, and they're showing it again here in the stadium on the stadium scoreboard. He rolled to his right, did the quarterback, went clear to the sideline, and you can see he is still inbounds. The quarterback lowers his shoulder, creating contact with the defender inbounds. Once again, that's a hard hit, but that's legal.
I think that's shoulder to shoulder.
That is shoulder to shoulder.
But the helmet flew off. From our vantage point, and again, it's on the far side of the field from our broadcast location, but what I saw was the shoulder pads meeting the shoulder pads inbounds, and then the helmet came off. But again, a lot of players today, they wear their helmets rather loose, and on a big jarring hit like that, I can see, and I have seen it before, where the helmet comes flying off.
Oh, we see it all season. Every single game we call, there's 2 or 3 times where a player has to exit the field for a single play because their helmet comes off. We see this a lot. Now, this is, once again, an interesting one, because we see the replay, and this hit happened inbounds. It happened shoulder to shoulder, but the helmet coming off is what they're kind of looking at here. I don't know. This will be big if it's a 15-yard walk-off. That'll set up, after the run, it'll set up Hastings in Lancer territory, down only 3 with 1:40 to go.
And remember, Hastings only needs a field goal to tie it, and they do have the wind at their back. They operate from right to left on your radio dial. It's a north-south field. The wind's out of the south today, and so their field goal kicker, if it came down to that, would have the wind at their back. The officials now leave the replay tent. 1:40 on the clock. Hastings 2 timeouts left. Mount Marty's got all 3 of theirs. Rodney Brungart is our official leading the crew today. We're waiting for the official announcement.
Might be having mic trouble. Oh.
Hit was legal.
Hit was legal, yes. So we were right in our assessment looking at that at the replay. He was still in bounds. The quarterback lowered his shoulder and initiated contact. And that's one of those plays where you teach your quarterback, just get out of bounds. Don't take those hits on that sideline. And for the future, hopefully they'll do that because those are just dangerous situations.
Not only was it a hit on his shoulder, it was on his left shoulder, which is his throwing arm.
Yeah, you don't take those hits as a quarterback. Just get out of bounds.
Now, here's an interesting thing. Kolachik comes into the game, the other quarterback. He's a right-handed quarterback. 2nd down and 5. Ball at Hastings' 40-yard line. 2 receivers either side. Straight drop back. 3-man rush. And a sack back at the 30-yard line. Carlstead in on it.
Lancers brought only 3, and they're able to bring down the quarterback. 3 on 5, and it didn't matter.
Huge loss on the play. It sets up 3rd and 15. Timeout called by Hastings. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We're back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Imagine paid vacation, sick leave, holidays, and full medical coverage the moment you start a new job. Plus quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a company-paid retirement plan. Your first day on the job. With Parker of Yankton, you don't have to imagine, because all these benefits begin day one. We are hiring assemblers, machine operators, material handlers, and line operation techs for both shifts. Don't mind working nights? Enjoy a pay differential of $235. If you're looking to upgrade your career and have day one benefits, apply today at parker.com.
Parker, engineering your success.
Hastings just spent their 2nd timeout after the quarterback sack. 1:26 on the clock. 4th quarter of play. Mount Marty, 24. Hastings, 21. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We're here in Hastings, Nebraska at Lloyd Wilson Field. 3rd down and 15 coming up for Hastings. You got to think they're in 4-down territory. They don't need it all here. They're going to run it up the middle with Ray, and they're only going to get about 4 yards on the play.
Yeah, just trying to catch the Lancers unawares on that one, but it did not work. It's 4th and 10, and the ball game comes down to this. Hastings only has 1 timeout left to stop the clock. If they turn it over on downs here, Lancers win this game.
They don't call timeout. Hastings is going to roll with it here. It's 4th down and 10. 2 receivers split out either side. Ray back into the game, stands to the right of his quarterback. He'll stay in and block. Straight drop back. Kolachik wants to run, has the middle of the field open, and he's going to be tackled right at the 1st down marker. I think he got it.
Oh, he was right there. He rolled forward and had it, and they're going to move the chains here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Lancers maybe want to challenge the spot of the ball here. If they do and they're successful, the game would be over.
Referees signaling 1st down. They got to wait for the chain gang to catch up. Clock stops at 49 seconds. Now it starts up. Kolachik used his feet to get that 10-yard scramble. 2 receivers either side. He'll look to his left. Now up the middle. He'll run sacked. Sacked by Lane Ferguson. And a timeout called by Hastings. That's their final one with 31 seconds left. Loss of 2 on the play. What a play by Lane Ferguson. By my calculation, that is his 1st sack of the season. Could not have come at a better time. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222.
Well, they convert on that 4th down, able to keep this alive, but then that sack just keeps making things difficult. They have to use their final timeout. And once again, this is only a field goal game, so you wanted to keep that timeout in your pocket, specifically for if you get a big play and get downfield, you can call the timeout and kick the field goal. Now something to keep in mind for Hastings. Even if they get the big play downfield, they have got to run, sprint downfield, and spike that football to get that clock to stop.
Yes, and now with the final timeout being spent, that takes away the middle of the field for Hastings to operate with their passing game. Lancers have only been bringing 3. Let's see if they'll add an extra man on that defensive line. 2nd down and 13. Ball at the 43-yard line. Only 3 men coming. Kalachik loads up, throws the home run ball. It's deep beyond anybody at the 20-yard line. Incomplete. Over the head of everybody down there.
Here we go, 3rd down. It's also the same situation. It is do or die time for Hastings.
Quay Hill was the intended receiver. Muhammad on the coverage, but it was well beyond everybody down the right sideline. 26 seconds left. 3rd and 13. 3 men on the line for Mount Marty. Let's see if they'll bring an extra rusher. No, they won't. Kalachik dropping back, has time, rolls out to his left, heading for the sideline, throws on the run, got a man, and it's going to be caught near the 30-yard line.
Lancers just made a massive mistake as well. Even without the throw, they blew up the quarterback. That was a massive mistake. After the throw, they put a hit on the quarterback, and they threw a flag.
I thought the pass was caught. Instead, it's incomplete, but we've got penalties back near the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they blew up the quarterback there. Just a terrible mistake by the Lancers. It was going to be 4th and 13 and a chance to finish this ball game, and I think we're going to see penalties. Yep.
Roughing the passer on the defense. Unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense. Oh, on the offense.
Did they say they're reviewing it again?
They are going to review, so.
Oh, man, that was just a terrible mistake by the Lancers. I watched it happen live. I kept my eyes on the quarterback instead of going downfield, and it was a full second after he released that one. DJ Wilson just lowered his shoulder into the quarterback, something you cannot do with 17 seconds left in the ball game. It was going to be 4th and 13, but now we're reviewing this one to see what happens. The unsportsmanlike call on Hastings, also something you just cannot do.
Now, the pass I thought was initially caught downfield. It was incomplete around the 25-yard line, so that's a major break for Mount Marty in that the pass was incomplete. But then you have the roughing the passer, and then after the whistle, the unsportsmanlike conduct. So that could could be offsetting.
And it could be, and Lancers could catch the break of Hastings coming away with the unsportsmanlike here, but that was just a terrible mistake by the Lancers there, putting that hit on the quarterback in that situation. It was going to be 4th and 13 with the game on the line, and now we're reviewing this one to see what happens.
Huge play, and again, what have we talked about time and time again? Poise, composure. You got to make smart plays down the stretch in close football games, and you got to keep your cool. And we have seen teams that the Lancers have played and the Lancers themselves make mistakes in that regard down the stretch. You know, I've said it, for many, many years, if you got to play hard, but you got to play smart. Smart teams win football games, no matter what level, high school, college, or pro. And when you make dumb mistakes or unforced errors, that turns wins into losses.
Here comes the official to give us the word.
Rodney Brungart is the official. He'll make the announcement over the public address system. Wilson ejected. It'll be a 1st down for Hastings.
And Wilson is ejected. It was egregious. I watched it live. It was a bad mistake.
Now the thing is, basically the ball doesn't move because the penalties yardage-wise offset, but it is a 1st down.
Instead of 4th and 13, it's 1st and 10. Hastings is still in this ball game, but there's only 17 seconds left.
They're at their own 42-yard line. 1st and 10 Hastings. They are out of timeouts, and there's 17 seconds on the clock. Again, Hastings can't use the middle of the field. They have to go for the sidelines or to get somebody to run out of bounds. But they're going to have to get, I would say, down anywhere close to the 25-yard line. Salyer's longest field goal is 39 yards. So Hastings has got a long way to go and they're going to bring in a different quarterback who's going to load up and throw a ball down the sidelines. Intercepted by Oliver at the 25-yard line. They brought in Austin Payne, the redshirt freshman out of Grand Island, to just heave the ball down the field. And that one's going to do it. Mount Marty will escape Hastings, and for the first time ever, by my recollections, Mount Marty will defeat Hastings in football.
Yep, that is it. That is the first victory for the Lancers. That was one of those where they just brought in a young quarterback who has the biggest arm on the team to try basically a Hail Mary. It did not get very far, only down to the 25-yard line, and Arthur Oliver just brought it in, the game-sealing interception. Lancers are going to go into victory formation.
All they have to do is have a good exchange. They do. Riken takes the knee and put this one in the victory column for the Mount Marty Lancers. The final score, 24-21 for the third game in a row. The Lancers play a one-score game. They beat Hastings for the first time ever, and the Lancers are 6-4 on the season. Hastings ends the year at 2-9, and Mount Marty has secured their first winning season ever in college football. The teams shake hands at the middle of the field. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back and we'll present the post-game show brought to you by Aztec. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Your final score, Mount Marty 24, Hastings 21. Stick around for the post-game show after this break right here on KYNT.
Rewarding you for doing everyday things, like buying gas, shopping, and dining local. Does your bank do that? If you're a Core Trust customer, your bank does that. When you open a premium or preferred checking account and meet requirements, you get access to Core Trust perks powered by Bazing, an exclusive network offering 300,000 plus deals and discounts on dining, shopping, travel, fuel, and more. Visit us online, in person, or by phone. Terms and conditions apply. Member FDIC.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec. Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty. So have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
And welcome back to Hastings, Nebraska. Another win for Mount Marty. Close game, 24-21, the final score. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the Aztec postgame show. Brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Tehl, hung on, won this one, and a good comeback for Mount Marty. They did not play their best football today, but you take the W.
You take the W. That is exactly what it is. But once again, it was a tough end to that game for the Lancers, and you can see it right now just in the body language of the players out here. John Micheletti, a very animated speech to his team, and now they're having a captain and John Carlstead speak to the team as well. They not only didn't play their best game, but they're not happy with the way that game finished in some of the things that were done there. But they got the win, and that is what's going to end up mattering at the end of the day for this Lancer program. They go to the final week of the season with that winning record and a winning record in conference as well. Next week, with one more win, they get their first conference winning season. If they do fall to Doane, they'll go to 500 in conference. So they at least secure 500 in the GPAC as well.
Let's bring you a recap of the scoring in the game. The Runza Rundown. Make sure you pick out the perfect burger at Runza. Bacon cheeseburger, Swiss mushroom, or spicy jack made fresh and topped the way you like it. Runza, now in Yankton. The game started off not well for the Mount Marty Lancers as they fell behind 13-0. This was all Hastings early on. They were forcing 3 and outs from the Lancers. They were winning the battle of field position, and they were moving the football pretty effectively in that first quarter, especially up until about the middle part of that second quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. It was until about a minute left in the first half when the Lancers finally were able to put together a drive. They score with 10 seconds to go before halftime to get on the board for the first time. But it was a 13-0 Hastings lead. The Lancers then are able to kind of come alive in that third quarter. They put up 14 points in that third and another 3 in the fourth. They score 24 unanswered points in a row. And then Hastings, in the fourth quarter, they make it interesting. They make it a ball game. They go down and score. They get the 2-point conversion, make it a 3-point game, which set us up for those final couple of drives there. Hastings trying to force overtime or maybe go take a win. Unable to do it. The Lancer defense holds, but it was definitely an interesting game for the Lancers. They did not play clean football, but you know what? Sometimes when you don't play clean football and you're still able to finish the game, that says a lot about a team as well. They were able to fight. They were able to get it done. And at the end of the day, there's a W in the column.
Let's check out the game stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tehl, what do you got on that stat board?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these stats. First up, in total offense, ended up being really even, actually only 4 yards of separation. The Lancers had 284 yards in total offense, 67 total plays, 73 plays for Hastings, 288 total yards on the offensive side of the ball. Rushing yards, Hastings, 45 ground attempts for 133 yards. Lancers, 48 rushing attempts for 124 yards. Through the air, Rugby Riken ended up going 12 of 19 for 160 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception for the Lancers. For Hastings, they had 3 different guys with passing attempts today. Carson Kulacek went 3 of 10 for 34 yards. The freshman in Cassius Campbell ended up going 10 of 17 for 121 yards and a touchdown in there. Austin Payne threw the final Hail Mary that went for an interception. In efficiency, third down, Lancers ended up having a tough performance today. You remember this Lancer program. They are the number 1 in the conference in third down efficiency. Hastings was pretty good there, 38% today. Hastings on the other end, 31%. Lancers were able to get off the field on third down pretty effectively today.
And we'll continue with the stats in just a moment, but first we're going to go to our post-game coach interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. John Micheletti, the head coach for the Mount Marty Lancers, and coach, a W is a W, but things didn't start off well. It seemed like the offense was sputtering, and Hastings seemed to be on their game today early on. What did you see from the sidelines?
Yeah, it was one of those that was tough to get going, tough to get the momentum on our side, and luckily we were able to finish out the first half there with a touchdown. And then spark some momentum there in the second half.
Special teams, your team made a big play. They mishandled a snap. I think really that was the turning point in the contest where you were able to capitalize on the opportunity given to you.
Yeah, you can actually ask the chain judge. Right when he sent him out, I was like, there's going to be a bad snap here, I feel. So I spoke it in or out. No. But no, it's good. Just we always are pretty aggressive there on our pump blocks to cause a little bit of pressure on those guys that are trying to catch the ball and all that. So with a little wet conditions, we decided to turn it up a little bit more, and whether it was psyching them out or whatever it was, but it ended up working for us.
Coach, before we get to some of the good things of this ball game, wanted to ask about the post-game huddle there. We saw Carlstead giving a speech. We saw you talking to the team. What were some of the things you said?
Just very disappointed in the penalties. You know, that was the main thing. It's embarrassing. Can't even enjoy the win because we can't handle ourselves correctly in certain situations and making it selfish about ourselves. So that was my point of view, and my blood got too boiling, so I had to turn it over to Carlstead to let him take it over from there.
Your defense managed to hold on that last drive, and I noticed you guys went to a 3-man rush, and you guys were getting pressure on the Hastings quarterback there. And John Carlstead, I thought, played a whale of a game today.
Yeah, Carlstead's a heck of a player. He's a guy that's continuously pays his dues, and is a true student of the game. I mean, he's texting me on Sundays and like, hey, do you see this with the offense? I'm like, I haven't got there yet. Chill out. But no, he's an excellent leader, excellent guy that you want to be out there in a position like that. But no, we did go to a 3-man front there. That was something that we saw that they like to be able to get rid of the ball quickly. So it's something we went over a little bit more in practice. And they had such a good screen game, which I don't want to slow down our pass rush with that. So being able to have a 3-man front obviously adds another guy to the second level, so we can help spy on the screen game, which they didn't throw any screens, so it ended up working on that. But as you can see, they also like to run a little bit with their quarterback, so we were able to have a guy there to be able to spy him a little bit was our thought process.
Malachi Hart's returned to action today, and he got off to a slow start, but boy, in that second half, he busted off some big runs for you guys.
Yeah, definitely glad to have him back for us. Like I said, it was just a little bit of an illness that was going around, but he was, back practicing all week, and it was a good week for him. I'm glad to see him back out there.
Trey Hansen, what a game he ended up having. 81 yards on 4 catches. He caught that touchdown to end the first half. He was making some big plays.
Yeah, that really deep one there to set up that other touchdown was huge. But no, continuously great route runner. He's going to set everything up, and another good student of the game that's going to see how their DBs break to certain things and everything. But got a lot of love for Trey, so happy for him.
Taking a look at next week, Coach. Midland to shut out Doane today, 24-0. That is your opponent next week in Yankton, and it's going to be senior day. Can you tell me about that upcoming game?
Yeah, super special day. It's kind of sad looking at it, looking forward to it, but it's just a special group that we're looking forward to honoring.
Yeah, Doane has struggled this year, but they have put up some tough fights from time to time. In fact, they beat this Hastings team, if I remember correctly, earlier in the year. So obviously, there's no way you can look past those guys.
No, definitely not. They're a team that got a new coach, so sometimes it takes a little bit to get that camaraderie down and that belief. But you can see throughout the season, especially in that Hastings game, and I think it ended up being like 40-3. They blew them out pretty good.
Yes.
Those guys are sticking together towards the end of the season, which you like to see with a new coach and new schematics and all that stuff coming in there. So we got to be ready to go. We got to fix our things to make sure that we improve for one more week.
Coach, thanks for your time. Enjoy the win, and we'll talk to you next week.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
John Micheletti, the head coach for the Mount Marty Lancers, part of the Aztec postgame show, 24-21. That's your final score. Mount Marty with the win here in a very hotly contested game. It was a knockdown, drag-out kind of game, but the Lancers pull out the victory. And, they lost last year to Hastings in that shootout by 3 points. More defensive struggle today. The margin of victory, 3 points this time to Mount Marty.
Yeah, it was definitely something last year. 45-42 final in Yankton. Hastings able to get that 3-point victory. Turnovers were the problem for the Lancers last year, and it nearly did them in again this year. They lost that turnover battle, ended up being by 1, even with that last-second interception. It was close there. Hastings made it a game late, but as you said, 3-point game again this year. It goes the other way. Lancers get their first win over Hastings.
Let's continue checking out the stats here. And again, the post-game stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. We were kind of halfway through that when Coach Micheletti managed to make his way up here. So let's return to the stat board. One of the things I noticed, first down, 17 each for both clubs today.
Yeah, 17 each in first downs. We had just got finished going through third down efficiency when the coach came up, so let's go through fourth down efficiency now. 2 of 3 was Hastings for 67%, 1 of 2 for the Lancers for 50%. We were just about to go to individual stats on the offensive side for both teams. We'll go through it now. We'll remind you of the quarterback stats starting today. Rugby Riken went 12 of 19, 160 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Cassius Campbell, 10 of 17, 121 yards, 1 touchdown. Carson Kolajek came in, had 3 of 10 throwing the ball for 34 yards. Running the football, Kyle Hirsch for the Lancers, 22 yards, 61 yards on 22 carries with his first rushing touchdown of the season. Malachi Hart's 51 yards on 14 carries. Riken had 11 yards on 11 carries, sacks count against, so it kind of takes away from that. Trevor Fitzgerald had 1 yard on 1 carry on a jet sweep as well. For running the football for Hastings, it was a bunch of different guys who got carries today. Josh Ray ended up being their leading back. He had 80 yards on 14 carries with a touchdown in there. Carson Kolodzic had 8 yards on 10 carries. Once again, that's quarterback sacks count against. And some of the other guys, Elijah Husinkveld.
That's, I believe, is
yes.
Hunter, Chris Hunter.
I'm not going to lie. As soon as I saw that, I was sitting here like, I do not remember that man. But no, it's Chris Hunter, who went 44 yards on 5 carries. 8.8 yards per carries for Chris Hunter. That was actually pretty good. Let's go to receiving stats for the Lancers. Trey Hansen, 81 yards on 4 catches. For 1 touchdown as well. Trevor Fitzgerald, 2 catches, 27 yards. Kyle Hirsch, 4 for 26. Nick Heath, 1 for 16. Austin Vigance, 1 for 10. For Hastings, Eli Nappy, 6 for 80 yards and a touchdown. He was far and away their number 1 guy. Jake Bargan had 1 catch for 26. Duncan Fouts, 2 for 15. Jayshawn Wright, 2 for 13. Josh Ray, 1 for 11. And Quason Hill, 1 for 10.
And those stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. Let's check out the scoreboard. Brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway. Let's start with the Great Plains Athletic Conference.
Let's start it off. Briar Cliff falls at Dakota Wesleyan this week. 35-7 was your final score from Mitchell. Morningside rolls over Waldorf in Forest City, 70-7. Final score there. Midland defeats Doane 24-0. Once again, the Lancers play Doane next week. And then finally, Northwestern beats Dordt 3-0.
I knew that was going to be a close game. I did not think that was going to be a 3-0 game, but the defenses ruled the roost there in Sioux Center, Iowa. So Northwestern, they keep their playoff hopes alive. I think Dordt, even though they have the loss, I think they're going to make it. Morningside, they'll get the automatic bid. And Concordia had the bye this week.
Yep.
They play at Midland. It could be the GPAC could get 4 schools in if Concordia wins next week. I think they got a chance. They're going to be scoreboard watching to be sure, but I think Concordia holds their own destiny. It will not be an easy game. That is a big-time rivalry game between Midland and Concordia. But if Concordia prevails, they're 8-2. I don't see how they're not in the playoffs.
It's definitely going to be interesting. And one of Concordia's wins, once again, is at the number 2 team in the nation at the time in Northwestern. Like, that's an incredible win.
Let's check out some major college football scores. The big upset today was Georgia Tech over number 4 Miami, 28-23. Ohio State blanked Purdue, 45-0. Texas rolled by Florida, 49-17. Here's some top 25 games that are in progress. Upset alert. Halfway through the 4th quarter, Ole Miss leads number 3 Georgia 22-10. We'll keep an eye on that one. Indiana is in a dogfight against Michigan. Number 8 Indiana 17-15 ahead of Michigan. In the 4th quarter, Kansas looks like they're going to knock off number 17 Iowa State. Jayhawks up in that game 44-28. And it's number 23 Clemson ahead on the road at Virginia Tech 21-7. That game in the 4th quarter. And number 25 Army, 2 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. They lead at North Texas 14-3. And number 20 Colorado in the 3rd quarter ahead of Texas Tech 24-20. Let's check scores from the Mo Valley. It was USD beating Indiana State 49-0. What a bounce back game for USD.
Yeah, that was definitely something they needed after that bye and the loss at SDSU. They needed to come back and put up some points is what they needed to do, and they did exactly that.
South Dakota State rolls by North Dakota, 38-7 the final score there. Southern Illinois over Youngstown State, 37-33. And it was Illinois State beating Northern Iowa 31-9. Missouri State rolls by Murray State 59-31. Bit of a shootout there. Checking some other scores from around the Big 12. It was West Virginia over Cincinnati, 34-21. Other scores from the Big 10. Rutgers beat Minnesota 26-19. That is a final score, and that's what we've got on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard check there. Remember, no matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're located on Broadway in Yankton. Well, now we move on to a couple of awards. First, Lancer, we'll go with Move of the Game. It's brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? move with Mason and the move group. I'm going to go with that catch by Trey Hansen, the juggling catch that got him down to the 2-yard line, set up a touchdown. Trey Hansen, our move of the game on a big pass reception.
It was 43 yards. He had to tip it to himself in double coverage, came down with it. We talked about it at that time, and I straight up said that was probably the best catch of his career. Not the most impactful, once again. Last year he had one at Midland in the final seconds to tie up the ball game, which was just insane. This one, degree of difficulty, might have certainly been the most difficult catch. That was a very difficult catch to make, and it was a 43-yard bomb that set up the first touchdown of the game, which he also caught, by the way, for 3 yards.
So that move of the game to Trey Hansen, the senior out of Gilbert, Iowa. Now we move on to our Lancer player of the game. That's brought to you by Avera. Moving health forward, it's Avera. It was a balanced attack today, and we're gonna go on the defensive side. I think so. Yeah,
I think so as well. There's one guy today who, and once again, he was talking to the team at the end of this game. He's their leader. He had multiple sacks, and that's John Carlstead. John Carlstead not only led the team in tackles today with 9 as a defensive end, by the way. Normally you don't see those DNs leading in tackles. He had 9 tackles, 2 of them solo, 2 tackles for loss solo, and then 2 sacks as well. Both of those sacks, by the way, long yardage sacks.
Yes.
They ended up being 27 yards combined. One of them was in that third quarter, I believe, pushed Hastings out of field goal range when they were on the south side of the field. And the second one came on that final drive.
So the senior defensive end out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, John Carlstead, he is our Lancer player of the game. Well, the lights have been on here the whole time, and now they're in full effect as the sun has gone down here in Hastings, Nebraska. So kind of another night game. We've had a lot of games under the lights this year.
I still think that's funny. We had a 2:30 kickoff night game.
Yes, 2:30 kickoff. It ends up when we sign off here as
it's dark.
It's dark outside. Welcome to daylight savings time as the football season winds down. 24-21 the final score. Mount Marty with the win over Hastings. Mount Marty 6-4. Hastings, their season is over. This was their last game today. They finish a disappointing 2-9 on the season for head coach Matt Franzen. Well, that's going to do it for our broadcast tonight. I'd like to thank Scotty Borman, our engineer back in Yankton, running the board. Also got to thank Adam Mazer. He's the one of the sports information guys here at Hastings, and Hastings always very good hosts. They do a really good job. Thank you to Mike Will, the announcer, for providing us some insight in our pregame show as part of the Rival Report. Of course, he's a longtime radio broadcaster here in Hastings. Good guy, good announcer, and always a fun time talking to him on the air or off the air. He's a fun guy to talk to, and we thank him for that. And again, thank you to Hastings for their hospitality here. One more game to go. To close out the 4th year, it will be a winning season no matter what. Mount Marty will be at home, senior day, 1 o'clock kickoff. Doan, the opponent, will hit the air about 12:05 in the afternoon. Tell your final thoughts here from Hastings, Nebraska.
Yeah, kind of echoing the thoughts of John Micheletti there. It's one of those games where you got the win in the end. I'm not a fan of the way they finished it, but there is a W in the column, and as we go to next week, they do have that winning record. So there's going to be some things that will be figured out for the Lancers this week. There's going to be some talks had, and hopefully next week for senior week, we see some really good Lancer football. That's what I want. One more week. It's senior night. Let's have some good football next week.
You bet. We'll wrap up the 2024 campaign and the 4th season of Lancer football next weekend, Saturday, Crane Youngworth Field, 1 o'clock kickoff, 12:05 for the pregame show, which will be brought to you by Dakota Beverage. We thank all of our sponsors, including our new one, Les Schwab Tires, joining us this week. We thank them for getting on board and supporting Lancer Athletics and the broadcasts that come to you right here on KYNT. We couldn't do this without them. It is great the support the Yankton community and the various businesses have shown to not just Lancer football, but all of Lancer Athletics. Speaking of other Lancer Athletics, I mean, we're in that crossover season. We've got basketball that's starting up. You know, we've got football winding down, volleyball winding down. It's just a busy, busy time of the year. So what is going to be happening with some Lancer athletics coming up here on the calendar over the next week.
Yeah, well, I can tell you right now, the Lancer women's basketball program might actually still be playing. Their game should be done right now. They're down in McPherson, Kansas versus Central Christian College, and we'll see if we can find that final score for you here in just a second. And no, they don't have anything posted yet, but they are playing there. We'll make sure to have results for you on KYNT Monday morning with the Totally Yankton Morning Show from Jeff Erickson. Lancer women's basketball played today. We don't have anything posted for that final. We will be covering some more Lancer athletics over the coming days. On Monday, we'll be doing a full season recap of Lancer volleyball. Head coach Sophia Lobo-Pies and Morgan Burnett, their graduate assistant, are both coming in to talk with me from 5:30 to 6 p.m. on Monday to recap the volleyball season. Then next Wednesday, we will be taking the trip down to Lincoln, Nebraska for Nebraska Wesleyan University versus Mount Marty University women's basketball. We'll have coverage of that right here on KYNT and audio stream KYNTV as well.
Yeah, Nebraska Wesleyan, they were one of the founding members of the Great Plains Athletic Conference. A few years ago, they moved to Division III. And, it's a university that's got a very, very nice basketball gym. I'm
looking forward to seeing it.
I have broadcast many games from there in the past, and, it was kind of sad to see Nebraska Wesleyan leave the conference years ago. I was broadcasting Briarcliff games at the time when that happened. But, things change in college athletics, and, the GPAC has moved on, though. I think one of the things that was really kind of heartbreaking was the rivalry between Nebraska Wesleyan and Doane. That was over 100-year rivalry on the football field, and it was sad to see that go away. And I mean, other big-time rivalries in other sports between those two schools, which are so close to each other. But things change in college athletics. But Nebraska Wesleyan, if you're going to be on the road and if you're going to be in the Lincoln area, go there, support the Lancers. It's a nice facility there, fantastic gym, and hopefully the Lancers can get a W against a former conference foe.
That'll be a fun one. 6 p.m. from Lincoln. We're going to go live right here on KYNTV at about 5:15, 5:20.
All righty, that's what we've got. So we hope that you can join us a week from today at Crane Youngworth Field for Lancer football as they close out the 2024 season. Doane will be the opponent. Our final score, one last time from tonight here in Hastings, Nebraska. Lancers 24, Broncos 21. For Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum signing off. You've been listening to Mount Marty Football right here on KYNT. Good night, everybody.
This has been a Mount Marty University Athletics broadcast on KYNT, the flagship station for Lancer Athletics. Remember to follow KYNTV on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, and ring the notification bell to never miss the action. KYNT, Yankton's home team.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450.
From ABC News, I'm